Hello. How'd the protest go? The protest was good. I went to the 50-51 protest here in LA. Apparently, apparently some French newscaster was there and got me on film. So I got someone French, some French person on Blue Sky, like, posted a screenshot. I was like, "Is this you?" Yeah, it is me. But it's good. Pretty energizing. Nothing wrong with a bit of hopium, you know? It kind of seems like people are starting to react properly. It's like a huge fucking bummer to see that Trump has, in effect, decided that court orders don't apply to him. He's not releasing the NIH funds, or the USAID funds, from what I understand, even though he's been ordered to by the courts, so that sucks, but what can I do? So go to protests. Could call my congressmen, my senators, which I'm doing, and everybody else should too. That kind of person who gets into politics, I mean, anybody who gets into politics does it because because at least partly, probably for the same reason people like get into things like YouTube. It's like, you know, it's because you crave the approval of others. So if people start calling your office saying how pissed they are at you, you're a lot more likely to actually react in kind. Am I pro or anti-egg salad? Why do people keep asking me that? I'm very pro egg salad. I love egg salad. Game was a little too loud. Okay, 1 second. How's that? Somebody tell me. I've never watched The East, no. It's 4 a.m. in Central Europe. Jesus, go to bed. But I'm good, thank you. How is everybody else? How is everybody doing? Good. Where's my profile picture from? I honestly don't know. I found that a couple years ago, just like searching something like pulp novel monsters, and it came up. Who adds raisins to egg salad? Not to me. Disgusting. Pickles belong there, though. Pickles belong in egg salad. Okay. Let's go ahead and continue, no? Let's go ahead and try and figure out where this body came from. Okay. What was I up to? Is everybody, like, fine with the chat being up there? Up there in the upper left-hand corner? Not really. There's not a whole lot that goes on up there anyway, so. Am I a certified gay icon? Is that true? That doesn't seem right. I'm not nearly gay enough. Hi, Marcotta. Honestly distracting. But I still like you. Okay. If it gets too distracting, I can take it down, but I had people specifically ask. If you download Streamlabs, you can make chat's background opacity to be 0. Okay, that's good to know. Love your videos. Thank you so much. Okay. What was I up to? Representative of the logistics company, we could do that. I feel like I reached not the, like, certainly not the end of the first act, but that is how it feels to me. Every single person I've seen who put raisins in egg salad has been Caucasian. I don't know. Egg salad is a famously Caucasian meal, so I feel like the odds of people doing insane things with it, adding insane ingredients, is, I think the odds are probably high that they're also going to be of the Caucasian persuasion. End of day. Oh god, I'm still on the first day. 1945. Day 1. How will you react to Alex Garland making the movie adaptation of this? Oh god. If he touches it, that might be the thing that finally breaks me. I mean, I guess we could just go back to the hotel, take a nap. I don't really think there's much else to do in this day, at least. Oh god, I have no idea where I am. I do not remember how I got to the body. This way, maybe? I'm homeless. I didn't pay the hostel. Fuck. What do I do about that? I have 3116. I straight up can't remember what I did last time to set myself up for this. Do I have that check, right? Oh no. No, I already cashed that check. That's where the $31 came from. Okay, it's all coming back to me. What do I do? Oh, Lord. What's this? What's in here? Maybe we just do some exploring. Is this the hotel? Yes, it is. Yeah, okay. Let's go talk to that grouchy bartender and see if he'll
Can I help you?
see if I can get him to help me out. It's about that money I owe. Oh, no, actually, I've seen something here at the Whirling. A thing that I need to talk about.
What thing?
I saw a sign that said the mess hall is reserved for the Union, apparently. I do not remember that happening, but sure.
Yes, not the whole damn Union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction. They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info.
Okay, how do we find them?
We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even men on strike.
You glance at the clock on the wall behind the manager. Huh.
It is after 16 hours. Why isn't anyone
Good
in the mess
question.
hall?
They're probably getting drunk or protesting something somewhere. Or laying low after the...
Protesting. How gauche.
They probably fucking killed that guy or something. That's why.
Jesus.
I have a feeling we'll make their acquaintance sooner or later.
Since the field autopsy, do you have any new theories? My new theory is that he shot himself. He ate a bullet, and then they strung him up. That is my opinion right now. I'm gonna turn the game volume up just a touch for myself. Okay. The song's a bop. I like it. Okay. There's something else I want to ask you about.
What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the Whirling later.
Oh god, I want to pick every option. Is the trash container out back yours?
No, it belongs to the Whirling and Rags.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too. They put their trash there and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you.
No, it doesn't. Nothing stirs in me, and it isn't callous. It's common sense.
Okay then. Maybe you're callous yourself.
Those keys.
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
So about that money.
Yes. Have you got it?
How much is it again?
A lot. For the room, drinks, and broken window, 130 real.
Okay.
Like what? I'm really enjoying talking about the money you owe me.
Not having that money is actually making me a touch anxious. I don't love it. I do not like owing money to anybody, even virtual money that isn't real. I saw another thing at the Whirling.
Another thing. Great. I love those.
Apparently I didn't. Okay.
Yes.
Skip. Goodbye. Okay.
Wow, you work hard.
I do? Oh my gosh.
Yes, you hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide.
What hard work do I do
Look
exactly?
at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and linoleum after you re-emerged. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You ride.
You know what? Yeah, I do ride. I ride a little.
You make money. You got gills, baby. Got those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco Negros and the Solas.
I don't know what that means, but
It ain't easy.
thank you.
But you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop and a sprinter and a money printer.
I just don't get this game. Am I really a simpleton for not being socialist or communist? We're not that far. We're not that far, my guy. There's no reason to feel any kind of way about it. I guess I've made some gills. Sure. Why are we having this conversation?
Has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle. Ride or die. Now, ask yourself, are you rich?
Yeah, no, I'm not.
That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that?
Should sleep it. I miss the other streams. Hi, hello. I don't know. Why am I so poor? Why don't I have any money?
Because of the taxes. G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, so much as sneeze.
The gubby.
Our taxes almost non-existent in the Gotham estate. That is Revachol.
I thought there were no taxes.
You and I both, but they got those indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax. This tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus, there's the stuff people in other countries pay for that makes them ask for more money from you here. The Gotham
The tariffs! Not the tariffs!
Government is taking 98% of all your money.
I don't know. That seems unlikely. This isn't helping me solve my money problem. It's just making me into a free market type.
What are you, a racist? Don't be a racist. Be a cool immigrant, ultra-liberal free market advocate. Ride or die. Keep it street.
No, go away. I don't think so. Let's see. What's this? A water cooler. Love that. Menu. Okay. What else we got in here? Don't make me sing. Big old karaoke mic. Some
totally sing karaoke here. The first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul.
1000%. My soul is immense.
Utterly. And it needs to be heard through a PA system by other people.
What should I sing when it comes to
You
it?
should sing the sad small church song from that tape you found. Thought it was obvious.
I thought maybe I could sing something happy, like from those ostentatious orchestrations folks.
No. Don't sing the happy song. It's stupid. Sing the sad song. It's profound. You would need another copy of the tape first, though. The one upstairs is destroyed.
Okay. Finish thought. Can I talk to any of these people? Yes. Hello. It's all about money, you know. Man is sleeping at the table wearing mud-caked boots and rolled-down overalls. The back of his shirt reads Wild Pines, encircled by a logo with a tree.
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
Pick him
The
up.
man does not mind. You probably need them more than he does.
Yeah,
You've
I
just
think
picked
so.
up some magnesium.
Sick.
This item is stored in the bottom left corner of the screen above your character portrait. Use magnesium to heal your morale if you have morale damage.
Can this game be played even if you don't have hundreds of spare hours? It seems too big. I'm the wrong person to ask. I don't know if I have hundreds of spare hours. The entire reason I'm playing this is because I don't have time to do the video work that I'd like to do. Love your videos. Thank you. Let's try and wake him up.
You gently shake his shoulder, but nothing happens. This man could probably sleep soundly in a ship's engine room.
Yeah, well, another time maybe. What's this? What's this? Oh, boo.
Hello, sweetie.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
I mean, you like me. Who's Sweetie?
Why, you are, officer.
No, Sweetie.
You're a handsome man, officer, with your
Gosh.
mustache and your chiseled jaw and that silly dimple on your chin.
This stupid dimple has only brought me suffering.
Love can be cruel, sweetie. Love can be cruel. You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
You seem to be in a chair.
Yes, dear. I'm a paraplegic.
A paraplegic is someone with limited or no ability to use the lower half of their body. Paraplegia is caused by spinal cord injuries, like falling from a great height, or a grenade explosion.
That was rude of me to mention.
That's quite all right. I'm used to people asking questions. I know they're thinking about it anyway.
I do need money, but I'm not choosing that one. It just seems, yeah, it's not that kind of night. I don't know if you noticed, but I don't know where I am, what I'm doing. I don't know anything.
Yes,
Please tell me who I am.
You look rather dazed, like a stunned fox. But surely things can't be that bad.
I drank so hard I literally forgot everything.
Oh my.
Help.
You know where we are, right?
We are in the Whirling in Rags cafeteria.
That's right. And where is the Whirling in Rags cafeteria itself located?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, I hate these. I just got a scam text that says, "Hey, I'm right down the street." Oh, Lord. Do you think with the new administration, we can all look forward to just a absolute deluge of scam texts and calls and emails and DMs and bots everywhere and just, oh my god, in Revachol?
Yes, indeed. We are in the fine city of Revachol.
Tell me please about
How would I
Revachol.
even begin to tell you? Revachol is the most beautiful city in the world. We're fortunate to be here, you and I. I haven't seen very many other cities personally, but everyone says so. Revachol is a rare jewel. This city used to rule the world, though it has seen better days.
I joined late. How did you allocate your stats? Let me see if I can just pull them up for you to look at. Here they are. Here are my stats. Pretty good. Served me so far. Text was from me. I'm down the street. Fuck you. I oscillate between extreme trust and extreme distrust. And I'm never quite sure where what I'm feeling today until I get a text. And today, I guess I feel very trusting because my impulse is to immediately ask who this person is. Thoughts on using clips from your VODs to make shorts and stuff to promote your streams? I might do that someday. I don't really care if anybody else does that. I don't really imagine very many people would like to, but yeah, if I continue streaming, and I'm pretty sure I will, because it's fun. I like it so far. I'll probably just make another channel and put all the VODs up there, and maybe I'll have enough money to hire an editor by then. Have them make little edits.
Speaking
That'd
of
be nice.
history, you know what year it is?
It's 51.
That's right, dear.
Just.
How splendid. Here.
Oh my
take
gosh,
this pen.
a present.
Knowledge should always be rewarded.
Her relief is palpable. She was getting pretty worried about you there, but now she relaxes her shoulders.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government?
We I'd like to think it's the dictatorship of the proletariat, but something tells me it's not.
Oh, sweetie. It's really not. There used to be people who thought that way. Other people who wanted those things, but they all went extinct. Revachol is a zone of control led by an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have almost no government of our own, and certainly no dictatorship of the proletariat.
Oh god. Led by, okay. Zone of control led by an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. This is just like, oh no, this is just the future, isn't it? That, like, ultimately Russia wins, and all corners of the world are just sort of divided into spheres of influence. And the United States is just kind of a puppet state. Yikes.
But they still have cops.
If there's no government, how come there are cops?
Oh dear. And you were doing so well. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since the revolution. But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone.
There are no cops, then what am I doing?
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
What is... who... no, tell me about the revolution. I
defeat,
want to know more.
I'm afraid.
I want to know
The
more.
people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something different. The rest of the world didn't like it, so they came and ended it. This was 42 years ago.
But I'm a cop. Whatever it was hasn't stopped
Of course,
me.
sweetie, I really don't know how to explain it better.
Who could tell me more?
Someone more educated in sweeping matters. Maybe you should ask.
No. I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either. I'm a detective.
Of course. Then, I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez.
Just checking out the chat. One writer said I should take a year to unlearn and journal before publishing. Should I worry about my age? I don't know about unlearn, but journaling is always good. My advice is don't think too hard about it. You're thinking too hard about it. Just do it. Just do it. Just write whatever you want to write and then show it to people whose opinion you trust. And adjust accordingly. Engage with the world, you know. Literally never worry about your age. Correct. Correct. The Zone of Skibbity, controlled by a coalition assembled by the almighty Mr. Beast. Oh my god, I watched the like Mr. Beast games or whatever, the first couple episodes on Amazon. It was the most vile horse shit I'd ever seen in my life. It was genuinely made me feel gross to watch. It is quite literally if Squid Game were real. Like they even like all the then they do that on purpose, like all the costume design of everybody there. It's extremely disgusting. This is a dystopia. I will ask. Just money, please.
Oh, sweetie,
Please give me
I
money.
heard your conversation with the manager about your financial troubles. When do you get your next paycheck?
Tug on our heartstrings. I like these odds.
Try to force a tear out of your duct. Really rip into the whole emotional aggression thing.
Fucking shit. It is all
Officer.
over for me.
Get a hold of yourself, please.
Oh no.
Sweetie, I'm sorry, but I think you need more help than I can give you.
What is a paycheck?
You must be joking. Although our pay does sometimes feel like a joke.
It's not easy to assert your right to a decent living wage when you don't have a strong union behind you. Maybe you should talk to Evrard, the union leader.
Cop union.
Already did that. Everard's money wasn't gonna last forever. You need more. Every day is a new expense.
Very early in my academic career, halfway through my PhD. Congratulations, but the thing I keep learning is just do the damn thing. Academia is a game of ego and you just have to shamelessly put yourself out there. Yep, pretty much. Just do it. Whatever it is that you need to do, just do it and don't think too hard about it. Everything's a lot easier than it seems if you were an overthinker like I am.
Oh no, I'm so sorry I don't have money for you. If there's anything else I can do for you, just ask.
She's a sweetheart.
Of course, dear. Good luck with your case.
Thank you. Yeah, since we got pretty far last time, how about we just dick around tonight? See what's about. Ooh. Who are you?
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Garancy and Kubek. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Garancy Kubek. Please, it's not funny.
Hello, sir. Got time for a few
The
questions.
man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air.
We are not on a political path quite yet, but I have rejected the libertarian free market capitalist bro path. Leo said you're friends with Mañana. Is that
The
true?
mention of Mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures. Then he falls silent again.
I'm still in a centrist playthrough. I'll try to fix it. Stay masculine. What is in that borscht you're making
The
there?
man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his, and then seems to wait for you to speak. I'm pretty sure he asked you a question. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return.
Sorry, I don't understand
Just
you.
one word. Sounds quizzical. Then he awaits your answer with his brow arched.
Gorasi Kubek is a Polish soup brand. Okay. Yes.
Borscht need more vodka?
Always.
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the Union.
Of course, vodka. Now that makes a very, very special borscht indeed. Turn it up and then ask for some yourself. Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg.
Yes. Yes.
He smiles,
More
nodding
vodka.
vigorously, then pours half a bottle of vodka into the pot.
Nice.
With a whistle, he stirs the brew.
Could I have some,
He
please?
smiles and nods enthusiastically.
Thank you.
Chattering away in his language, ladles some brew into a small thermal cup, then hands it to you.
You've got some impressive
He
pots there.
smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn.
I like him.
It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove.
Okay, that's all I need. Stay masculine. What do I do with this? Sell it? Can I sell everything? Okay, can't sell clothes. I can't sell tools. Good to know. Ooh, this is very useful. Well, okay, it's kind of useful. It'll be useful at some point, I'm certain. Because I am very unprotective of my own health in video games. Where's that magnesium I picked up? Can't sell the alcohol. Qualified drugs is one of the political paths. You're literally in the middle of an investigation while you're day drinking. I mean, look at me. I kind of don't think that he can function without day drinking. You sell Kim too.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is for mystery.
I wonder where this door
There you go.
leads.
It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads?
It's part of the Royal Union Rags. There's something about this place that makes me want to know.
Eccentric. But okay, I suppose we could look into
Yee!
as
A side quest.
Side investigation.
Yes! A mini side investigation. Let's do it!
To ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
Try to push the door.
The door does not budge.
Touch the
cobalt
door.
Blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its
Magnesium
frame
isn't in
on
your
every
inventory,
side.
it's the number next to your morale and health. Gotcha. So if I click on that, it will give me a morale
It leads to
bar.
a side building.
Okay, I understand.
Adjacent to this one. The old building next to this, half ruined. Whatever is behind it must be older.
Okay. What else I got in here? What's this? Money! Oh god, I'm stuck. Okay, there we go.
The door is closed.
I already did that. Leave. You can hear the music through the floor. I love that. I mean, I can probably still do the
Kim also
debrief
tries not
with Kim.
to look at the pile of tech viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore.
Say nothing. Nod stoically.
It takes a step toward the door, like it'd like to leave.
Yes?
Go to the balcony for a chat with Kim? Okay. I can do that. Nothing. Okay.
Yes? What
Tell
do
me
you
about the
want to know?
case. Now that we've inspected the scene, I want to know more about this pissing competition
What's
you
there to
mentioned.
say? It's just stupidity.
What kind of
The
stupid?
cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the industrial harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the union make a mockery of law enforcement here. And now it's come to its natural conclusion.
So this is a struggle over who runs Martinez.
Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that.
Blah.
Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest, with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in the pacing competition.
So he volunteered
Nice.
to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary.
Rihanna, do you believe in aliens? The short answer is yes. The long answer is I have no reason to not believe in aliens, and the universe is too big. Blah blah blah. That kind of cop out argument. Was borderline ASMR. Good. More Twitter COVID video cops, please. Pounding a beer. No, this is not a beer. This is some Whole Foods like health alcohol replacement bullshit. It's supposed to be it's supposed to like give you a high. It doesn't. That's silly. But it is like full of things that are supposedly good for you. Ginger, lemon juice, lion's mane, etc., etc. I am not drinking. Not tonight.
Somewhere in your mind hangs a dark green blackboard. There are 2 columns. One says, cases solved. The other, confirmed kills.
What's special about Martinez?
Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist.
A tremble comes over you. Another after effect of ethanol poisoning, perhaps. Feels like leaves do when they rustle in the breeze, somewhere far away, below the turbine. The 41st and the 57th. The lieutenant was right. It's not about who gets what's north. It's about who doesn't.
I wonder what this says about me that I was sent by my station. I must be an augury, an apocalyptic omen sent by my people. Can you guess my message? Better not to relay it.
Too dark. Was there anything else you wanted to ask about the competition? If not, we should move.
Okay, enough of the competition
Yes,
then.
so wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
Why did the 41st send me?
Because you're the best qualified. No, that doesn't seem right.
Oh no, that makes sense. I'm exceedingly qualified.
So well
Thank you very much.
Why can't you remember why you were sent? Anyway, don't keep the lieutenant.
Okay, fine, nothing. So what exactly? End of day debrief with Kim. Oh, has to be at 22 hours. Okay. Oh God, I gotta find somewhere to sit and waste a little time. Smell the sea makes you dizzy. Went to get some popcorn. What did I miss? Nothing. Nothing. Nothing has happened. Talk to people. Now, can't you sit and waste time? Isn't that a thing?
The theme on that
I'm
page
happy to talk to
is
people.
a standard royalist theme, used on everything from pinball cabinets to full flavor cigarettes.
What are its
Clinging to
hallmarks?
a picture book version of the past century, waiting for the king to come back and cast out all the profiteers and homosexuals. Basically, imagine a yellow plastic crown with a liquor brand emblazoned on it.
I hate the profiteers and the homosexuals. I'd rather know more about the world of today.
The contemporary period stands still. The fated carousel of progress that doomed the royalists is itself winding down. Our time is decelerating into what no one knows.
Yuki. Find someone to talk to. You're a person.
The lights are so pretty when it gets dark.
Oh, that's right, you can read. I have a book, right?
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
Isn't school more important than
Mum
this?
says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
Beautiful.
There is stress and unease behind these words. She's reciting etiquette.
How's the business
Mum
going?
says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Whoa.
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of doubt in her tense shoulders.
Have you accessed the trash bin next to the body yet? That gives you lots of cool loot. Yeah, didn't we just get the key? We can go do that.
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. They all go...
Ass up?
I wouldn't really say it like that, but I guess so.
Can you please convince the mom to get the kid back inside? Yes, I can try. This sounds rather serious. I should probably look into this.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case, but I don't see much more to look into here.
Yes. Please do also look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games are there, sir.
How does this curse manifest itself,
It
please?
does not manifest itself in any way. It does not exist. I liked it better when we were talking about whether it's appropriate to stand out in the freezing weather.
I'll show you.
Anything else you wanted to talk about, sir?
No.
Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead.
Okay, bye. Wasn't
Hello
she?
again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
The girl outside mentioned this place is cursed.
Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her. This place is not cursed. It has a robustly magnetic energy. Good for commercial activity. My business is thriving, sir.
What in God's name is she talking about?
Your daughter's the one standing outside the store,
Annette,
right?
yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
Yes, absolutely.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
Yes, I did.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
10. She's very polite and helpful.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
Is this how we save the child? The way you're handling her strikes me as wrong.
Mind your own business, sir. In our society, people don't get to tell each other how to raise their children. It's none of your or anyone's business.
Denial is the way she copes with criticism.
I'm here to dismantle the free market and abolish child
You
labor.
must be kidding. There's nothing like that happening.
How much do you pay the kid?
Sir, what does a young child do with money anyway? No, I save it for her as a fund. She's securing her financial future out there.
Such criminal behavior would not happen in more developed countries.
In some more developed countries, this sort of thing is 2
Those
felonies.
countries will realize they've raised a lazy and spoiled generation.
Yikes!
I'm done with the jokes now.
It really is the
You have
future.
plenty of fun here.
Okay, let's change the subject.
He scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nudges her glasses.
Farewell for now, book peddler. Okay, well, I
Hey.
tried. Oh, me?
Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
Again?
Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. Should we just stop building love, too?
Can't argue with that.
So, what about all that communism you've promised to build? Word on the street is you've woken up from 1,000 years of slumber, promising to erect a version of communism many times greater than any attempted before. Is that true?
Rip, the girl freezes to death? No! I don't want that. I tried. There wasn't even there wasn't a check. I didn't have to roll for anything. How come there's word on the
You
street?
keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pockets, literally murder all human beings, regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, that does sound like me.
Funky style. Very funky. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
I'm just very afraid of commitment is the problem. You had to say that having her outside doesn't really bring profits to her business, and she'd be like, damn, you're right, this little shit is useless. Seriously? I never would have guessed that. Man, I just want to say nice things about the kid. Can I try again? I wonder if I can try again. I'll try. Let's opt into
Oh yeah.
Commie
Get
Cop.
the firing squads and the animal wagons ready.
Firing squads?
Too late to back out now. You
Fuck.
can't make an omelette without breaking a few million eggs.
Roll your sleeves up further and breathe in the pristine air. Okay. Mazavian socioeconomics. People think communism was some crazy idea that had its comeuppance 40 years ago, a fever that shook the world, never to return again. They were right, until he woke up today, a spiritual corpse responsive only to the call of Commodore Red, prostitutes, and Krasmazov. For him, communism is still a thing. He will single-handedly raise the commune of O2 from the oceanic trench where it has been resting, covered in ghosts and seaweed. He is the big communism builder. Come, witness his attempt to rebuild communism in the year 51. Very well. I do not think I will be internalizing this thought, though. I think I shall wait. I shall wait and see what happens.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime Romance.
About your kid.
How's my precious doing?
The way you're handling her.
Denial is the way she copes with criticism.
Fuck.
The woman before you scans the store.
I tried. Can't complain about political chat in Disco Elysium live stream chat. Yeah. Do whatever y'all want. If you wanna argue about whether CEOs deserve sympathy, be my guest. Money! Plastic? That plastic was so loud. Clippy view to use for a short. Okay. Somewhat handsome, are you in the Discord server? I like this channel before it got all woke and political. I got the clip saying you'll do a video on Disco Elysium. Is the Discord open? The Discord is technically not open, but for everybody who's here, this one time, let's see, hidden use copy button. This should work, right? Everybody who's here. For fuck's sake. God damn it. Somebody's yelling at me too. I can't handle this. I can't handle more than one sound at once. Hidden. Use copy button. That's what I did. Okay. Copy. Oh my god.
Hey, up here, piggo.
Okay. Well, I was gonna offer just a free Discord invite to everybody who's here, but apparently I can't, so sorry. Who is yelling at me? Is it you?
Yeah, you better keep walking. The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
When's the next video? March, hopefully. That is the hope. I just want to know your name.
Here I was trying to be polite. Just can't win with you pigs.
You keep looking off to the side. Why?
Another one of your eccentricisms. Hatred, disgust, It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershore. Its moneyed residents, used to posh restaurants and upscale boutiques, rarely have reason to visit Martinez.
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her.
Ooh,
She's a professional negotiator.
I do need to talk to her.
I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing.
Cool.
You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to Ozon.
What are you doing to the
Can't
wall?
you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
I have an opinion on this. Want to hear it?
Yeah?
I love public art. Keep at it.
I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
She means the opposite.
Do you know anything about the recent murder?
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
Okay, bye.
Watch your back, ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
Are pigs ungulates? I'm actually not sure. I feel like they're not. What happened with poggers? People keep talking about the word poggers being canceled. Why is this? Somebody explain it to me. Sorry, I'm not especially eloquent today in expressing my thoughts. It happens. What's the next video focusing on? The next video is well, I'm working on 2 at once at the moment. I'm finishing both the last 2 Lord of the Rings videos at the same time, so that's going to be Gollum and then The Ring. And I'm writing them both at once because they have a lot to do with each other. It's an emote, and the dude the emote is based off defended January 6th, so Twitch changed it. Okay then. Whatever, I can't keep up. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Be right back. Okay, how's everyone? What did I miss? More arguments? Oh, yep. Doggy and Kitty are both in here. We'll see. can I? I'm just gonna pick up my camera and... There's Doggy. She's kind of a void. Kitty's on the bed. Oh no, this is a mistake. Okay. Okay. Not a mistake. We got there.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good evening, officers. I'm Joyce.
Good evening.
Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbor. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
Oh, what does the L stand for?
Peyton, my maiden name.
Okay. What gave us away?
Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
Ha ha.
Relax. She meant it in jest.
Shake her
I'm
hand.
glad to see you here. I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will. Gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
There's a
He's
trace
setting
of
me
irony
up.
in his voice. Mischief, even. This is a tactic.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
You're on a boat.
Why, yes I am.
I think I have a handle on the boat thing. Not a lot of people on boats, are
Of
there?
course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
We're on an archipelago?
Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
Okay.
Technically, the neighboring Ozone and Fas Alamer island groups are archipelagos, while La Caillou, by contrast, is a single fertile landmass, the fourth largest island in the world. It is not an archipelago.
Le Caillou was one big island, no?
Okay, if you want to get technical. The point is, we're all on islands here, and sail is still the most expedient way to get from one island to another. Especially when you're in a hurry to resolve a strike.
Still, I haven't seen anyone else sail a boat around
I
here.
haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Ravachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich.
Yes, I do.
Before you do, it would be pertinent to ask other questions. Gather more info on this boat of hers.
Does it have a name?
The boat? No. It is called Cor de Lady.
That's bad luck.
Because that's the type of sloop it is.
How do you like
My
it?
sloop?
I'm tired
I
of talking
like
about
it a
boats.
It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
Do you have a license for this boat?
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Qualified pleasure craft operator. So charming. Where's the damn license?
Can I see your
I just renewed its
license?
safety inspection last month, officers. It is completely seaworthy. In fact, it's taken part in not one, but 2 insulindic regattas. Even finished once.
What happened the other
The other
time?
time, I would have finished the race were it not for an urgent work matter, much like the one I'm on now.
Where can I find the Discord link in the Patreon? The Discord link I send to people who pledge $3 and more. Still need to see a license, but I may change that at some point. I kind of would like to open up the Discord to more people. We'll see. I don't know. I want to have like a little bit of a barrier to entry there, but maybe not quite as much as I have now. Still need to see a license.
Actually, you don't.
Pretty sure I
It is a
do.
little known fact among those rogue police that the Wayfarer Act specifically denies the RCM the authority to demand anyone's operator license.
The Wayfarer Act is one of the few pieces of legislation governing human interaction in the Revachol zone of control, along with the
Oh, who cares?
The one time this busted up cabbage has something useful for your job, you just want to stare at someone. Fine. Knock yourself out.
So we can't pull over random civilians and demand their papers?
Unless it's
Ridiculous.
their passport. No. Do you want to ask for the lady's passport?
Yes!
Of course.
I'm gonna run this into the ground. Look at her passport.
The woman is silent, smiling while the waves lap against the hull. In your hand, under the plastic, a light blue passport saying Republic of Vespa. The coat of arms has a lion and an ostrich. Seagent.
Are y'all talking about J6 now? Good lord. Good lord, y'all. Nobody just wants to have fun.
Republic of Vespa.
What is there to talk about with J6 anymore?
The Republic of Vespa Messina was once a dual kingdom. An amicable parting of ways produced two constitutional monarchies. Vespa, the richer of the two, is an occidental nation known for its proximity to the Pale and its exotic financial derivatives.
Some people I've spoken to who wanted to open their Discord found it effective to have the Discord link on Patreon, but not gated behind money tiers. It's a good idea. I may do that. Guy in chat saying Jan 6 is overblown. Jan 6 is not overblown. It's a pretty big deal to have the peaceful transfer of power delayed for several hours because people stormed the building and broke windows and shat on Nancy Pelosi's desk, and several people died. So that seems like a fairly big deal to me. I don't know. Not saying Jan 6 is a good day. I'm definitely not defending those who did cause trouble or people or damage things. Yeah, that's fair. But the president did. The president apparently is defending all those people, so that seems like a problem to me. I don't know. Anything else?
It is a stable country, and yet there has always been something ominous about its perfect stability. It's a place at the edge of the Mwindi Isola, overlooking the Obisunt Isles, fracturing into the great unrest of the Pale.
My uncle was at Jan 6 and he broke the glass door leading to the Capitol. Oh my god, he's like a MAGA celebrity. Look at the photo page.
Born in the year 3 in the commune of Revachol, smiles at you, face adorned with frown lines and crow's feet. The photo is recent. The name reads Rejoice Leighton Messier.
Rejoice is kind of a sick name, I must say.
But please don't call me that. Joyce is much more efficient.
You're from the Republic of Vesper.
My husband is. I have dual citizenship. A Vespertine is handier when traveling.
Okay. Everything appears to be
She
right.
nods and returns the plastic bag to her coat.
Let's talk about the economics of this boat you're on.
The E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class?
No. You're siphoning off honest Revacholian tax revenue to shifty-eyed Vespertine financiers. It's quite simple.
May I remind you that Mrs. Messier is a professional negotiator.
Then what does that say? Does it say docking reserved for residents of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A? 33A? This old proletarian haunt here? As I said, plenty of people drive boats of all social strata.
Fire back, quick!
Your synapses flash.
There doesn't seem to be there doesn't seem to be much space left with this giant pleasure craft docked in the way.
That's the stuff.
Good thing everyone else has tiny
I
skiffs.
assure you, they drove quite the hard bargain for this space. But you're right. I am a bourgeois woman, and this is my long, incredibly lightweight, interminably bourgeois boat.
Awesome. I've got a handle on the boat thing. Oh god, we have to go through all of these. Okay, tell me about Wild Pines. Let's go.
I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
So what did they do?
The Pines' core competency.
You needn't be a
is
part of
logistics.
this.
Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
Exposition dump stream, yes!
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo tribes remain.
You're in good company,
Why,
it
thank
seems. How much money does Wild Pines have?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
The money I owe is so much less than that.
Yes, past a certain point, numbers begin to seem imaginary, but they are quite real for the 72,000 employees who depend on Wild Pines for their paychecks.
God. Today I saw a bunch of, on ground news, I saw a bunch of headlines from, conservative outlets, conservative propaganda outlets, reporting the Department of Education takeover, and all of the headlines said, it was clearly just the same headline passed around to multiple outlets, and it said, like, $15 million in DEI project funding found in the Department of Education. And it's like, nobody knows what numbers are anymore, do they? $15 million, like, I'm sure, I don't know if Jeff Bezos makes that much a day, but, like, $15 million is not that much money to give to any project for a year. Nobody knows how much money is worth right now. Drives me insane.
A conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving and growing, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It is a tremendous responsibility.
Where does Wild Pines get all these billions?
Started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
1.9 million per hour. Enough! This is stupid! Okay. Anyway. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with their apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it. Probably helps to start out with a royal monopoly.
You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that.
What does such a huge system want with a place like this?
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
You don't keep it moving. The workers do that.
We built this district.
There it is. She owns up to it.
Now she wants to take responsibility for it.
Parts of it. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions. The plazas Meteor and Mosaic. Even some of the old street lamps have been put back thanks to the investments from the WP. Before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of Revachol, long before Terminal B was erected here, the Pines built it as a resort for its Revacholian employees.
DEI is a litmus test for intelligence. Honestly, it's such a thought-terminating cliche at this point. Yeah, they've tried really hard with critical race theory. It didn't really stick like DEI. DEI is the much better marketing term.
A company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday. Then came the revolution. But that's another matter. I'm here to make sure the Pines can fulfill their responsibilities to the place they built.
Need your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
What can you tell me about this strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
What is your role in this
I
precisely?
believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
Did they actually prove the riot was the cause of what, the strokes and the heart attack, or is that what you're talking about? I just don't see why it matters. I don't know why we have to get into the details of whether the riot caused the several health emergencies that emerged later. The fact of the matter is that a bunch of people broke into the Capitol building and delayed the peaceful transfer of power for several hours. That's what matters. Like, the fact that people got hurt sucks and doesn't help the case, but it shouldn't matter what happened to anybody during or after. They interrupted a constitutional process. So if you believe in the Constitution at all, or think it's at all worth defending, then who gives a shit? I think.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Okay. I'm not going to talk anymore about J6.
Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
Oh, yes, Measurehead. My friend. My new friend.
Measurehead.
How are the talks going before the lynching?
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
What's wrong about that? Sorry. Don't worry, dog. All
But
good.
the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more...
Next, what do they want?
Say, aggressive.
Maternity leave?
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
What are their
There are
demands?
leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes.
Have you read much about limitarianism? I'm so sorry, but I don't think I've ever heard that word in my life. Limitarianism? Please explain that to me. Maybe I've heard it described in other terms.
Every worker, a member of the board.
This sounds like a great idea, yes.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
I like
Then
it.
you might also like their other slogan.
Like the Green Bay
Demand
Packers.
democracy.
That's a good one.
Personally, I don't think it has the same pizzazzo as every worker, a member of the board.
What exactly do they mean by it, though? What's
It's
the
quite
demand?
simple.
What do they want?
Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about what, about anything really, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
That is pretty funny, I have to admit.
They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution.
Isn't that syndicalism? Yeah, it's basically syndicalism. What are you gonna do?
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assumed that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
It's a concept to cap wealth for the super rich. It seems mostly theoretical because the execution seems impossible. Okay. Yeah, yes. It should absolutely be illegal to make more than a certain amount of money. The only problem that I see is obviously like offshore tax havens and that kind of thing, and just determining what the number is. But like the idea that there's no upper limit to how much money you can make is absurd. I don't, like, we can figure out tax brackets. How come we can't figure out how much money people makes conclusively enough to say whether they can make any more? Like, if you have $50 million, if you are worth $50 million, what the fuck do you need more money for? That seems pretty commonsensical to me. Yes, we should be capping wealth for the super rich. Yeah, I've never heard the word limitarianism. That is new to me. It's a very elegant word, I will say.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
But it also kind of seems like the sort of, I don't know if we need a word for everything. Just say a cap on wealth.
I first heard it from the bowyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
Hell yeah.
This checks out.
The scabs at the gate. Did you put them there?
Scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock come to plead for work where the union refuses to? If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not right now, at least.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
I remember going to R-Ask Economics and somebody said that rich people would stop working harder if you capped their wealth at 909 million. Oh my god. Rich people work so hard, guys. They work so hard. So much harder than the rest of us. I'm sure there are rich people who work harder than me, but... Actually, never mind. I'm not certain of that at all. What happened to this Gaumont?
Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Cool.
Yes. Extremely. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
If there was a baseline of what people had, like UBI and healthcare and food, I wouldn't care about a cap, ideally. The thing I think a cap introduces is the idea that after a certain point, money truly doesn't matter, and the leverage that you can pull with having a lot of money is that's the thing you're trying to circumvent. So I guess you could do that by just having, really high taxes on everything and just sort of like in effect making it the case that you can't have more than a certain amount of money. The result is the same. But the point needs to be getting super rich people in a position where they can't use their money to influence society to the extent that they are today. Does that make sense? Ratio of CEO to average worker pays exploded in the last 4 decades. Yep. Correct. Okay. What do you think of Everard?
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
I don't like that.
Of course not. Evrart
Okay,
is
good.
fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
I was fairly off-put for a second. Yeah, that sounds about
He's the
right.
most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
There's two?
Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Evrart does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limit, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
What about the union itself?
The Debardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Debardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, we are forced to cooperate with them.
Can y'all hear Rita snoring next to me?
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Evrart and his brother. And your opinion, Detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Debardeurs Union is...
Can it be an advocate for the rights of local working men, even if it's not especially effective? Is there no middle ground here? I prefer not to have an opinion on these things.
Of course, officer.
You said something happened in the
I'm
elections.
glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the union. She disappeared.
Unions are just part of the free market as any corporation. As opposed to shareholders, the unions have stakeholders. Correct. That's correct. I was wondering what that sound was. Yep, it's Rita having a snore.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore. Or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
Yeah, some kind of extortion, probably.
Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Good
Thank
Lord,
you for your
Rita.
concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
She's out. That's all I need here. Let's change the
Of course.
topic.
How else can I help?
Oh, I've talked to Everard Clare.
You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare?
He's a beautiful man. Beautiful and just. He's it's not important if I liked him.
Of course, Detective. Excuse me for implying otherwise.
The RCM does not pick sides in this. I hope it doesn't come off any other way.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt verm myself.
I have a friend who feels bad about it.
If you felt like discussing something.
I have a friend who feels bad about inherited wealth that they bought a house with. I maintain that at an Eat the Rich party, they would not be on the menu. It's just that, like, everybody should have a house. It shouldn't be such a crazy thing to have a house. So, no, I'm not going to necessarily begrudge anybody just because they have enough money to buy a house. What a stupid thing to get bitter about.
How could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be gossiping.
I do love
Intellectually
tea.
speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about these things.
Oh, I probably shouldn't tell her that he's helping me find my gun. I helped him turn up the heat on the borscht.
Did you now? What sort of borscht is he making?
Unimportant.
You're right, Detective. That whole undertaking was very unimportant. Why did we do it?
An act born of sympathy for the working man. I set fire to the fumes of struggle.
Very curious. A very curious thing to do.
Truly. But that's how he operates. He just does things, man. And then talks about them. Even if it's inappropriate.
Next LOTR video when? March.
What else?
I'm gonna make it happen. Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun.
That's so helpful.
The lieutenant looks at you, and you can swear his jaw muscle is trembling. He's able to contain the anger and surprise.
I may have made a
When
mistake.
I said be wacky, I didn't mean wildly, grossly irresponsible and damaging to the RCM.
And conventional police officers sometimes lose their guts. They then go around and tell people about this to gauge their reactions. It's all part of detecting.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun?
Mr. Everett says it's almost ready to be found soon.
Did he now? Well, then it should be any day now. Unless, of course, he's lying to you. Anyway, was there anything else you've heard?
I'd rather talk about something
Of
else.
course, Detective. Should something come up later down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat. Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
What can you tell me about this lynching?
Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41, Detective Dubois. I'm afraid Harry doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
Oh, and what happened to yours, Detective?
Remember when my partner told you I'd recently suffered from an unusual medical episode? My lost badge is related to it.
I see.
It's none of your
Are you
business.
saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
I could have eaten it for all I know.
Oh dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
She's an old lady.
She must have been
She can sleep as long as she wants.
for a while now.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Goodbye. Discworld video. I'll try. It's on the list.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
Yeah.
Feelings will guide the way.
Fuck. Please.
I assure you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible.
You don't understand. It's not like a side case for me. This is my main thing.
Trust me, officer, I am
Fuck.
fully committed to resolving this impasse. This isn't some side gig for me.
You have so much else. I only have this. This is the entirety of my existence.
Silent. The wind flaps the sail.
This boat, for example, in a home somewhere, I only have this case. I don't remember anything except this lynching. There's only this coast and this lynching.
No, I don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something, you have to give something back. More than just guilt.
You're doing it. Despite your own best efforts, you're still getting it. Somehow.
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something tangible.
Like what?
The Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbour. It's an open secret in Martinez. Surely it must not come as a complete surprise to the RCM either. Perhaps it's time to look into it. Or you can find your badge, which honestly seems like a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Excuse us. What?
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
How, Kim? I'm
We should
homeless.
take care of that then.
I don't have
Let's
money!
talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the streets. We'll figure something out.
Okay. Alright. Am I going the right way? This doesn't feel right at all. Okay, no. We're fine. Pretty. Oh yeah. This music is good vibes. Very cozy, a little heartachy. I love it. Okay.
Yes?
Am I not okay.
Excuse me?
Nothing,
You
just
have
observation.
A distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide.
What do you mean
I hope
distinctive?
you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 41st precinct tend to move a bit erratically.
How's that?
They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. Prioritizes containers.
You're kidding me. Why
I
containers?
don't know. Containers contain, I guess. I'm making assumptions. We should move on.
Passing along frivolous interdepartmental stereotypes is not usually his oeuvre. He regrets bringing it up.
Oeuvre. Okay, go to your room first. Alright, thank you. What do I do? Okay, go downstairs. Shit! I didn't see A Complete Unknown. I have negative interest in it. I did see Hard Eyes last night, though, and that was a lot of fun. Super, super fun. I can't pay him! I don't have enough money! Oh, God.
Yes. Have you got it?
I was wondering if we could come to some sort of arrangement for tonight. Thank God. I was hoping that would...
You paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I'm cold out. I'll freeze to death because I'm losing the stupid money game.
Game? Everything is just a game to you, isn't it?
I still have my key
Good
now.
luck trying to use it. All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock.
This conversation isn't going anywhere, is
Not
it?
until you bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
I am going to sing karaoke, just so you know.
Absolutely out of the question.
No.
In
Cramping my groove.
First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit.
Okay. Kim,
Yes?
help. The car, he said? Go out to the car. Squatters' rights,
Inside,
boys and
you see a
girls.
set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
What happened to the oversized novelty check?
and
I already
the soft
cashed
throttle
it.
of the fuel and heater gauge.
I respect how much you antagonize Gart. Thank you. I do try.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure. Regular people just call it the cage. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps against the seat. The silver edges sparkle in the dark.
I
Exciting.
confiscated these for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
What are those things?
There are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity.
What do you mean you confiscated them?
A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high.
So you took his spinners. Isn't that corruption? Isn't that corruption?
I don't know. Is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back.
Why did you want to put these on yours?
No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cop with spinners. That would be outrageous.
Outrageously cool.
He flashes a smile, barely visible in the dark.
I'm sorry you have to sell them because of me.
As I said, they are useless
Sorry, Kim.
anyway. I should have remembered I have these earlier.
Aw.
But thank you.
You said... No, I'm taking the spinners. You said something about a pawn shop?
Yes, there's one 100 meters south of here. I think it's called Roy's Nest or something. If I'm not mistaken, it should be open late.
Can they stop you for being slow? Yeah, they can. They probably won't, but yes, they can.
Items that can be pawned at Bird's Nest Roy's appear in your inventory under the Items tab. You can
Gotcha.
pawn these items when talking to Roy.
Okay. Thanks. I
The
appreciate your help.
lieutenant nods as
Thank you,
take
thank you,
the
thank
spinners.
you. Close the door. Let's go sell. Got some other stuff to sell anyway. Limitarianism on Kim's drip. Oh shit. I'm a little bit lost. It's over here, right? Is it this? Pawn shop is actually south. Whoopsie. Okay. What's this? Like south. That was the Fritz shop. Yes. You made it go left. Oh, this? Surely, right? Hey, stop. Trash. Fingerless gloves. Ooh, don't mind if I do. Let's see. Oh yes, give me a selector of chemistry, +1 half light. Go to party planet, love and be loved by drugs. And half light does what? Let the body take control, threaten people. No, I think we have to put these on. I think we have to put these on and have a just a little bit of a raver type vibe. Look at me. I'm set for a rave. Getting drip while ruining Kim's. Yeah, well. He did offer. The plaque simply says DEI. There's a joke somewhere in there that I'm too sleepy to make right now.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop. What can I do for you?
He sounds like the, he sounds like an Elden Ring NPC.
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
I feel like I'm interrupting you.
Oh no, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers lately, RCM or otherwise.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake, people who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
I may have something to add to it. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the rest of the potential. Yeah, okay, this one.
It keeps me entertained.
Entertained? He might be high. If he is, on what?
Yeah, let's try it. Are you high? What are you on?
Okay, he definitely is high. Whatever it is, you've probably done it, and many other things besides. But you can't cut through the jumble of sensations to get to the answer. Looking at his wares, talking to him, that might give you more clues.
You might be able to aid in our investigation.
I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
Know anything about the recent
Do
hanging?
my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business, bad for everyone.
That's
The
all we got.
pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Guns, do you have them?
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple.
Mystery solved! We know what I did with my gun! Oh, oops.
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. Oh god. The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another.
Oh my god. Was the buyer policeman too?
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just happy to get rid of it, and of her.
Bet it was that one chick on the roof with the paint.
Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
I don't like it either. I don't, Kim, okay? What if she intends to commit a crime and blame it on the citizens' militia?
You're
What
right,
then?
but she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find out.
Oof. Yikes. Any idea where I can find this buyer?
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from.
Cindy the
or
Skull,
where
that's
she
the
went.
one. Yeah,
A needle in a haystack. There is
that's
nothing
my
you
guess.
can do about it right now. You just have to hope Everard wasn't lying, and the Union can track her down in time.
Have people from Everard Clare's Union come here to track that gun?
Maybe. Shady-looking guys came in here yesterday, looking like they'd just taken off their Wild Pines overalls.
Ooh.
They asked if I have a police weapon to
Okay.
sell. I told them I already sold it,
Okay. He's Everard's a toad of his word.
They went their way. It was a trip. But you know, all sorts of people come here, asking for all sorts of things.
Maybe Claire really is tracking down your gun.
Okay, well, at least we know how I lost it.
Of course.
I want to sell you
We'd
something.
like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud
She's awake.
some foreign prince for them?
Hi.
Jump a misc banger. No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
That's rent!
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course, I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer.
Rita, everybody says hello.
Doing business with you.
Oh, she's wagging her tail.
Thank you. Here's the 130 real you need for the bill. Do not waste it.
The rest is for him.
Sweet.
To compensate for the pain of being separated from his radiant spinners.
You deserve it, Kim.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Yeah. Let's see. I probably shouldn't sell him that corpse photo, right? I'd like to, what happens if I say I'd like to sell my clothes?
I'm
Let's find
not
out.
purchasing any more clothing at the moment.
He was disrespecting my drip. I'll check my pockets.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Okay. This, like, none of this shit is useful, right? Like, all of this can be sold. This postcard will sell for a pretty penny. Okay, this one is begging to be sold. What about this one? Rita has a lovely sounding voice. Rita, they think your voice is lovely. She wagged her tail. Don't sell anything yet. Postcards for sure. Okay, I will sell postcards, and that's all. Take it. Take it. Oh, okay. Okay, we got there. Alright. I'm set. I just want to see what he says if I show him the photo. I have a fascinating photo of a corpse here. What do you think of that?
No, I don't like those kinds of objects. No sale.
Do you know what the tattoos mean?
A photic path, counter-radiance network, anti-magnetism. It's darkness. That's all I know. Sell me something lighter.
You have absolutely no idea what aphotic paths are, but the tattoos on the man are not that.
Another time, perhaps.
Do you have anything else to say about my missing gun?
Sure thing.
No.
Sure, man.
Okay, goodbye. That's all I need.
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb.
Yeah?
Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers. Behind him is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Hyundal burning.
Good night. Okay.
The antlers on the hood of the man's cloak and his piercing blue eyes.
Yeah, it's that guy from the books in the bookstore. What's, how much is this? I need it.
2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
Can you just, like, give it to me?
But why?
Because I'm a broke cop without a cent to my name.
I
Poor me.
sympathize, I do. But this is a for-profit enterprise.
Okay, I need the shirt.
Welcome to Hyundal.
Yay! Okay. Incredible. The man from Hyundal is standing in front of a burning building. Good lord. Help. Standing in front of a burning village, dual-wielding his ever-present Zweihandes. His muscles look ready to burst out of the two-dimensional print and into your three-dimensional life. I'm so sorry. Conceptualization, suggestion. What does this do for me? We probably shouldn't wear this shirt. We probably should have at least some level of decorum. It's okay. I'm happy I own it.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
Keep the drip on until you need a check. Don't know if I have the courage. Okay, fine. I'll put it on. Is that a street light?
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order.
His manner is casual, but his speech is careful, measured. He wants you to know that he has nothing to hide.
Where'd you get this?
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently. This would make quite a statement in your living room.
How much are the street lights?
700 real. A bargain, I dare say.
Nope. Are you out of your mind?
The light has undergone 3 transformations, and every transformation, large or small, has a price tag.
What do you mean transformations?
Well, there are the cost of removal and rewiring. The most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago.
What?
Okay, that checks out.
Okay. Now we know about the light.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels. One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says Stereo 8 approved.
He turns to the street light. House lamp affirming surgery.
This is you. Golden orange. A sunset suite. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Ooh. What I really want to know is, could this device come in handy in my police work?
If police work means playing tapes, sure. You can use it for that. Or any other time you'd need to play a tape.
Maybe I need to play a tape.
Is the Harman Welsh W2, made in Vespa, designed in Seoul, plays all reel-to-reel format, 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real.
I guarantee you somebody has bought the streetlight. I guarantee you. I'm sure there's several dozen videos about it on YouTube. I want this boombox, but I don't want it so badly that I am willing to jeopardize not being able to pay my rent, because I don't remember how much it is. Like 150, 130, I don't remember. Put my shirt back on. Yes. Hot. Okay. Okay. Am I still holding my crowbar? I am. Okay, good. Imagine Kim watching you spend that money in front of him. He should have, like, special dialogue if you do. That's my opinion. Maybe he does. But I will not be checking. I can only offend Kim so much.
All around you,
Oh, fuck.
rain falls on the great city of Rivershaw.
Oh my god.
Rain drips from
Messed up the
the eaves
game.
and floods the gutters, washing the filth away. The spring thaw must be here. The snow is melting. Looking up at the sky, cold water dripping from your hair.
What do I see?
Grey sky like great battleships, clouds colliding with one another. Rain falls down on the world.
How does it feel?
Humid. Your coat shields you from the rain while the city shivers around you.
What is in the west?
Sheets of rain over the water, a flight of stairs leading into the ocean. Wave after wave washing the coast of Martinaise, with its motorboats and gently swaying reeds. The ruins of a half-sunken sea fort crumble on an inlet beyond the Bay of Revershaw. Ghosts rise into the sky.
Ooh. Who are you, ghosts?
The skyscrapers of La Delta, the financial district. Faint golden light seeps from the office windows. Will you ever go there?
Will I?
No, you are just one of the hundreds of thousands who watch them rise across the bay from Martinaise every day.
What is down the shore?
Urban coastline, rain dripping off Eternite-covered roofs. Cinder blocks left over from half-finished construction. A defunct research
Sad.
and development.
Did I break it? Did I
once
actually break
seized
it?
By revolutionaries. An up-coal
Oh,
city,
shit.
end
Oops.
of all lines. Your hair is an oily mess flecked with ash from neighboring coal.
The visual broke.
Smokestacks rise somewhere in the distance.
I don't know if I saved recently enough. The last time I auto-saved was when we were talking to Joyce. I can't reload. What a bummer. That really sucks. Yeah. I feel robbed. Okay, I'm gonna have to go look this up later. What's
The great
next?
gates of the industrial harbour are locked. A chill runs down your back. You shudder like an animal trying to shake water from its hide.
Shake your shoulders
You
again.
shudder, looking down at your feet. Dirty rainwater runs veins into the plaza's snow.
Ooh, pretty.
2 green snakeskin shoes stand at attention on the mosaic paving of the plaza.
Those are my shoes. What's in the north?
Capeside apartments. Tower blocks crowd one another. 4.46mm bullets still lodged in their war-torn stone walls. Hallways collapse from the mortar hits of a war that was lost long ago. Clotheslines go to waste in the rain. Radios play. The evening news. A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. The lingering odor of decomposition mixes with that of damp soil.
What's in the south?
A traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, drivers watch water streaming down their windshields. The statue of a king shudders. He too is cold. The canal bridge has been raised.
Save every time Rita boofs. That's a good idea. A good heuristic. What's
The
on the other
road
side?
ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete columns, a sea of rooftops, woodwork, and tar stretches northward. 4-story buildings as far as the rain can fall. The snows melt in Jamrock.
Why am I not there?
To be in Martinaise, where no one goes, at the runoff point of a long-forgotten canal, in the whitest part of town, in the shadow of the day the revolution fell.
What am I doing here?
Standing in the rain, looking north, where Jamrock Rock City stretches inland.
Isn't Booth getting intoxicated via asshole? That's always what I thought, yeah. Like the last, like in the last, not the last, one before. Which Supreme Court justice is it that had a very colorful fraternity life? Shudder, look further.
In the rain-swept distance, above the rooftops of Jamrock, a
It's embarrassing that I can't recall his name.
Stands perched above the motorway exit.
But I do remember his stupid face. And how angry he was at the hearing. Repurposed silk mill stands perched above the motorway exit. Precinct 41 hunches in the rain.
Your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The rain
Kavanaugh. Thank you, Brett Kavanaugh.
Making you look up and blink.
What's above?
Coalition-era statics hang like apparitions under the cloud cover. Way up there, where rain forms, rotors flutter silently. Your sight clears.
What's below?
Collapsed storm drains, old sewage systems flooded with rainwater. Hidden weapon caches from the Revolution. Doors leading down to Leroyan. The catacombs to which, for 3 centuries, they delivered the blue-blooded dead.
Motherfucker.
This rain will not let up anytime soon. At least we are dressed for it. Let's keep moving.
Oh, how sad for me. Guess what I have for you?
Can I help you?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I have your money!
Well,
Here it is. Sorry for the trouble. Never
great.
was to apologize.
Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment
Level up, level up, level up.
If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow.
Wonder if I can find somewhere else to live.
The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
Oh, I can do that, no
I'll
problem.
take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
Nope. That's it.
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally. And now we know you're
Oh boy. What is what there are capo types? Tell me
Yes.
more.
Guess what's yours?
Cool? Am I a cool cop?
You're the sorry cop.
No!
The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official, shall we?
What are the other capo types?
Oh, you know. Apocalypse, Superstellar, the advanced interesting cop, liquid shadow cop. But you're too sorry to say those things. So, here we go.
You know what? I'm actually not sorry.
No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop wasting time and begin the repentance.
Oh my god. Won't the other capo types be jealous? How do I get out of this?
Jealous of the sorry cop? I think they'll be fine. Don't worry. They'll be super, super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual capo type from sorry to anything.
Ugh. Pathetic. No, I'm not sorry.
Well,
Fuck off. I'm not going to
okay.
be sorry cop.
Fuck off. Maybe we were wrong about you.
Oh, you try to be polite.
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it.
Should I? Am I a smoker?
Who knows what you are? A monster, a murderer, the gnome of Jeroma. You feel like a smoker, especially when you look at that juicy, succulent, seductive cigarette stub, still smoldering delicious.
She broke it at the filter. I can't smoke that.
Very astute of you. This renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette, or better yet, an entire pack. Strike that. A carton. Make sure they're all healthy and able-bodied. Then smoke them all.
I should enthusiastically do that.
Good. They'll make you stronger and better. You're too old to be cool now. But find cigarettes, smoke them, blam. Instantly a cool renegade man. A mystical red dragon with smoke rising from his nostrils.
Hell yeah. Smoking is cool.
Plus,
don't let anybody
smoking
tell you
them
different.
gives massive bonuses.
There's a reason they were in the movies all the time. Smoking just looks really cool on film.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Oh wait, but I need to talk to the. Okay.
Just a moment.
If you stop being sorry now, you need to commit to it. Okay, that's my
And
promise to you.
We should discuss our progress on the investigation.
Awesome, thank you,
Let's go
Kim.
out to the balcony.
I will never say sorry again in this game.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment.
Holy shit.
He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM.
I didn't know you smoked, Kim.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
How'd you get so cool,
You
Kim?
mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will and unhealthy.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit. Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor. This man relishes his cool quite a bit, we are told.
I think I might want to pick up smoking. Do you have any more cigarettes?
I apologize, but I only brought one with me. I have exactly one cigarette every night while burning for me.
Okay, fine. The debrief.
Yes, it's been a long and eventful day.
I knew someone who had a long, elegant cigarette holder that should put a candy cigarette in. Phallic imagery without having to smoke. Yes. Freedom torches. They used to call them in one of the first PR scams. How do you think today went?
Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did it. I would say our initial inspection was very thorough, and we have solid leads to follow up. Then you shot him in the chest, which wasn't ideal, but we did manage to get him down from the tree. So as they say, all's well that ends well.
By not ideal, he means he can't believe he let you try that trick and would be angry if he didn't feel the outcome was partly his responsibility.
I can't believe I missed that shot.
Being sober tends to help with precision.
Yeah.
Anyway, we performed the field autopsy on the victim. We found some things we can really work with. Moreover, we found that the hanged man wasn't just hanged, he was also shot. That was some excellent detective work.
Thank
And
you.
you managed to locate and pull out the bullet, so we can get ballistics, make up the gun. All this is invaluable.
I'm not apologizing anymore. I'm a
The
professional.
rest is up to the boys in processing. Maybe they will surprise us by doing their job for once, but I wouldn't count on it. There's still work to be done at the crime scene, however. We mustn't forget that. Now for the interviews.
Yes. Well, we talked to some people.
Including Everclear, a daunting adversary, if there ever was one. He wasn't particularly forthcoming with useful information, however.
He's not saying much on the matter because he thinks you could have gotten more out of Everard.
I'm sure I can get him to tell us
Claire
more.
also helped you, how should I say, remember your name? That's a relief.
Big relief. It's a very serviceable name.
Moving
We're
on.
practicing not apologizing.
We talked to Joyce, monsieur, but didn't get any information from her.
No more politeness.
I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us.
If Kim is emphasizing something this much, it really must be important.
Excellent detective work with only 5 reloads.
Above all, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run alone. Is that a standard prison 41 practice?
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, sir. Just you wait until you get up to her.
Yes, it's part of the Jamrock Shuffle.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
So what are our powers exactly, the RCM?
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Rebachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
Wouldn't that be an easy power to abuse?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
1,000, why not more?
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Rebachol.
Okay, what else?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station cold sleep. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
Ski Goblin, I found your channel and I looked up Hellraiser lore on YouTube. Love the Hellraiser video and I've been watching since. Thank you! I'm glad you're here. Have you ever read Caliban and the Witch? No, I haven't. Sorry. No opinions here. How can you be sure the arrestee will show up?
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
And if someone resists?
We are permitted to use whatever force we deem necessary, even lethal.
Who makes all these rules?
The coalition government, and the moral intern, more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Rebachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Let's say it was the coalition government.
It's probably more honest, yes. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
Or if they think you do.
The moral intern, what is that?
The Moralists International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
If I didn't know, how would you describe
They're
them?
a union of center-left and center-right parties across
Uh-oh.
the US. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations.
We found the neoliberals. What do they believe in?
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by our innocent Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
What is their symbol?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory.
That reminds me, I was able to watch your witch video again recently. Is it back online for, I don't know if what NA means, if that's a country you're in. But yeah, it's back up. Do you have a letterbox? No. And I never will. I can only keep up with so many platforms. Streaming again, yay. Need something calm to watch right now. Glad I could provide. North America, gotcha. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yes, it's back.
Something ominous. Something even a little feminine, but in a strict manner. Something like the dark blue, serious color of the early night sky above.
That's a lot. These are a lot of thoughts. Who was Dolores
A
Day?
historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
What do you think of them?
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
I have an opinion on the moral intern. Yes, my opinion is that they're we are stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois organization protecting bourgeois rights. That's probably mostly the case, right? Yep.
No,
That's my
we're
choice.
stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois organization, protecting the people of Rebachon. That's the hand we were dealt. Without the MI, we would be common vigilantes.
I don't like any of these answers. Vigilantes is okay with me.
Then you will adore Martinez. For many of these people, the Union especially, vigilantes is precisely what we are. Personally, I don't enjoy it much.
The lights of the orphan district are reflected in his glasses. The red and golden orbs of the motorway sliding like pearls on a string from east to west as Revachol commutes back to the suburbs. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Monday is over.
Pretty. Say nothing.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The
Bye,
lieutenant
Hampton.
looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here. An aerostatic passes overhead, the whiskers of its floodlights on the ground below. Kitsuragi's glasses light up as he looks to the sky. Two glowing circles.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different in land, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
Why are they like this?
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company. Not daring to come here more often. It's like I told you, this place is an orphan, fallen between the cracks.
And in Jamrock and the GRIH.
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
I don't think we're going to change anything here.
Probably not. Anyway, positive change happens slowly. We never really get to see the impact of our actions.
Very wise.
He
Kim.
is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes make him look younger, not older.
Thank you for this.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Okay. Let's go to bed, I guess. Like most modern communists, she opted in, but she didn't internalize. And listen, as far as I know, there's no anarchist option in this game, so we have to do what we can with what we're given. Done. Cool. One more save scum before bed? I mean, now I'll be here another hour or so. We can save scum tomorrow. There is an anarchist path, you haven't discovered it yet? Oh. Okay, well. When we get there, that's probably what I'll take. Unless it's too late. You can talk to people on your own, you don't have to go to bed. Okay. Do I have to sleep? Or no? Pale driver and Joyce that came around. Okay. Time won't progress past 2 a.m. Interesting. Okay. I'm digging shivers, but I feel like 5 is plenty. Composure. Oh, I have commitment issues. Good to invest in psi skills early. Inland Empire, I'm liking. But it's... I mean, say what you will about my drip, but it is not giving me any authority, unfortunately. And I'm not going to change it, so maybe it's not a good idea to put any points in authority. Okay, not do Inland Empire. Oh, I've got more. Okay. I think I'm gonna put something in physique. I am weak as hell. Let's do physical instrument. Enjoy healthy organs. Yeah. Okay, one more. Right? I think so. And save 1 to 2 points for future. Yeah, okay. It's probably not a bad idea. Okay, let's go talk to people. Hyundal. Where's Cindy? I need to ask her about my gun. Hey.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my gun?
Oh, I see. I can get the boots from the corpse? Okay.
You're back. Good.
I'll look into it.
What can I help you with?
Tell me about this alleged drug trafficking,
It's quite
please.
straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samaran Isla into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
What kind of ingredients are we talking about here?
Dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
And you want us to investigate? The materials come from Samara to Revachol through the terminal?
Yes. After they clear the terminal,
Okay.
we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
And you want us to investigate?
Yes, but you won't get anything out of Everart and the Dock Workers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Am I gonna need bolt cutters for this?
Unlikely, officer. I'm talking about the lorries. Once the ingredients reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers, well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they may be vulnerable.
How
Vulnerable.
convenient that they're stranded like beached whales at that roundabout.
Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
Her irises are light green, like the river Esperance in bright daylight, upstream where it's clearer.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
Why didn't you come to the RCM earlier?
I did.
Oh.
On more than one occasion.
Ugh.
Apparently,
Egg on my
there's some
face.
sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
That's not really my area. I just want to get to the bottom of this.
Well, here's your chance.
It's no coincidence that the lorries are stranded there like that.
We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the trade committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue. Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
Cold breath rushes in from the bay, making its way down the alleyways and potholed streets. From Martinez to Jamrock, in the traffic you hear the clinking of glass vials, concealed beneath tarpaulin. Or is it just your teeth chattering in the cold?
Fucking misery.
A lot of it. It comes in from large Samaran factories in South Safre, Seaguy, and
I say
Sindal.
frio.
The literage they must get from this terminal alone must be oceanic.
What proof do you have that the union is involved?
How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight. It's true they drove a number of the local businesses to bankruptcy preparing for this venture. I've talked to a few business owners. It was quite the shakedown. But the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men.
So you think the strike is being funded with source ingredients for drugs? Okay.
Precisely.
Yikes.
Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock.
Well,
You
pay
simply
them.
need to find one driver who will open up to you.
Okay, I've made up my mind about the smuggling investigation. No, actually, let's just discuss something else for now. What do you... tattoos. What do you know about
The man
them?
was killed.
Yes.
I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
So you know about them.
Better not tie the 4th day to the Bat's day on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
You seem smart. I need someone to give me a lowdown on this reality we're in.
This reality?
Yes. It is related to that medical episode. I have trouble remembering even the most basic terms of reality.
Ah, yes.
Help!
The episode. Sounds like an acute case of encephalopathy now that I think of it. But then I'm no doctor. Ask away, officer. I'll help however I can.
All right, we're in.
Sweet.
I know these all look good, but maybe you need the first, okay?
Okay. Where are we?
We're in Martinez, baby.
Baby.
A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed.
I'm a disco holdover myself.
Aren't we all?
She refers to your corresponding ages.
What is Martinez?
Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year.
You mentioned a sea. What sea is
It's
this?
not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean. Yes, we're on an island in an ocean. The world's largest body of water. The Insulindic.
known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues, the Blue Immensities, vast, lukewarm, and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
Okay. What's the name of this island?
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the river Esperance. We're in the delta of this river, on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her, and to humanity at large.
Okay. Tell me about... I know these. Tell me about another, perhaps even more fundamental aspect of reality.
I would be happy to. What is a preposterously expensive education for, if not sharing?
What times are these?
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
Too late for what?
For the big time.
What's the big time?
The revolution.
What's the revolution?
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
It is about that time, isn't it? Who got shot in the head?
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million
Bummer.
people got shot in the head during the World Revolution.
Bummer.
But the communists, they all got shot in the head. Oh, and the anarchists too.
Oh, shit.
They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
Did they shoot back?
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Oy, boy. Kerfuffle for sure.
Yes. The Insulindian deluge, they call it.
Anyone else get shot in the head?
Lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
Cowardly king.
I prefer the term risk-averse. King Guillaume was nobody's fool. He could smell a PR disaster brewing, so he got out alive, and his nephew Fricelle got shot in his place.
Very prudent.
Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time.
Who got the mineral rights?
The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
And by liberals, you mean?
Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement.
Okay.
Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well.
How did the liberals win it all?
They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
She's one of them, of course.
If everyone got shot, who was there to surrender
The
to?
foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
You just said the liberals took the mineral rights.
The liberals took everything that wasn't
Explain.
nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people.
Who are the coalition?
The coalition of nations.
I
Grad,
see.
Mesque, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay, the armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
Ooh, moralist.
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government.
The rulers of Revachol, and also the world. These guys are strong.
Okay.
This is
Calm
their
down.
zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
Oh my goodness.
The color of moralism.
That's startling to learn.
The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
If always picking the option that doesn't commit to anything, then hell yes I am. And also not. This is certainly the more accurate one for how I'm playing this game so far.
An almost endearingly moralist.
World's most laughable centrist!
Must be hard to take a moderate approach to hate your line of work.
I just want to... I want access to absolutely everything. When was this kerfuffle?
Turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in...
We're back in the blue, exactly.
Though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved.
Who started it?
Wasn't
No! Don't leave!
A pandemic of Zara, a particularly virulent prion disease.
I have no build, I'm a
which the authorities
completionist.
in Grad proved
Exactly.
unable to contain. Then Mazel came along and overthrew the government.
Okay, I wasn't paying attention. I was reveling in my centrism. It wasn't a who, but a what? Pandemic of Sarath. A particularly virulent prion disease. Yikes. Mazov came along and overthrew the government. Okay. What did it do?
Made people overthrow their governments.
Really?
Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. Pandemic only provided the spark.
It was a funny time in history. They discovered transistors and rock music, but they didn't know anything about prions. Nobody did.
Or did it spread from there?
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in 08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
Yeah, this came out in 2019. It was before COVID. Pretty spooky. Oh my god, it's disturbing how much of what's happening today is predictable. So incredibly predictable. Anyway, okay,
Why?
next.
You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie, a pair of pants.
Our lives are very different from each
No
other.
doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you think.
What is the zone of control?
A city-state divided into free market zones
Uh-oh.
under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune.
Happened in the rest of the world.
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication, telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
Jeez. Okay.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
It's been like this for how long exactly?
43 years. Hard to fathom, I know.
What have we been doing all that
The
time?
20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell.
Oof. After
The
that?
30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
Or I have a Vati video where when an NPC fills the role quite nicely. Yeah, this is a crazy info dump.
No, It was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash. An Isla-wide hangover, you might say. And here we are.
Oh yeah, big meow. Just trying to get out. Tommy, come here. You don't need to go anywhere. Being a centrist is also the only way to get access to all ideas IRL. If you think about it, it's like walking down a market street with Luddites and fascists and Ayn Rand all giving their pitch to you and saying, huh, interesting, to everything in equal part. I disagree. I think that's how people think of centrism, but that's not the case at all. I don't think it's a, how to think, what's a good analogy for what it actually is? It's like walking down the street and seeing all of these ideologies with their storefronts, listening to the barkers outside, and then not investigating any of them. That's what being a centrist is like. Yeah. T-O-M-I or T-O-M-M-Y? T-O-M-M-Y. Okay.
Welcome to reality, baby.
For her to be where she is, Wild
Hey, kitty,
Pines
come on.
must have picked the right side.
Look who it is. She joins the stream. Which side was Wild Pines group on?
They picked the winning side. That's why they're here, and others are not.
They got lucky.
Perhaps it wouldn't have turned out that way had I been in charge. I might have bet on the king and led the Pines to doom.
It's like being a tourist, yeah. It's like being a tourist. Which side is Tommy on? Tommy's on her own side. Tommy's out for number one. You would have sided with the king.
I would have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers of the things, you might have too. Perhaps it's better I was born when I was. 10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. Feld, Kupri, Tricentennial. So I suppose I would have been in good company.
What would you have done differently?
Good question. What would you have done differently?
I asked you. Don't change the subject.
And I asked you, past less detective of the Citizens Militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you?
A medical solution. How about?
A cold creeps up your spine,
Ooh.
reaching its tendrils up your neck, toward the back of your head.
So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion, a complex folding protein, unlife, with a technology 50 years ago?
With privatized healthcare and a work ethic, no. Okay, maybe it's impossible. What happened had to happen, always will.
The wind stops, and for a moment, there's silence. The charge dissipates into the dark water. All is quiet on the Martinez inlet. A dog barks. A gunshot echoes off the walls of some distant building. A woman's voice.
Ow! Yep, here we go. The Tiefs.
Always. That's the can't-do attitude that truly defines late modernity. You may prove a modern man yet.
Get out of here. Go away. Okay, that's enough about the times.
They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
Okay, I wondered if that's what you meant. I mean that in terms of the maximizing exposure to conversations approach that people usually take with this game. I don't actually think that's what centrism is. Okay, no, cool. I completely agree then. Yes, that has been my approach. I want to have exposure to every possible option. That's why I'm being such a dirty coward centrist.
Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
What is this acute encephalopathy? It's been a long day.
It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde amnesia. It's quite serious. You should get yourself checked out.
An actual centrist would play this game and be like, ah yes, a perfect opportunity to express how unbiased and logical I am as they're standing across from our good fellow measurehead. Yes, completely agree. We are on the same page. I'm sorry I misunderstood you. What causes encephalopathy?
Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
Oh, it's probably that all the surgery I've gotten.
Seems unlikely.
I want to know what you are.
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
What are you?
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants.
Be real.
I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a case.
Dios mío! A liberal!
Yes. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. I pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. My kind surrendered the nation to financial colonists.
Disgusting.
I can see you thought we'd gone extinct. After all, no sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. You're a centrist at heart. A real moralist, no?
Quit calling me out.
Now that I've uncoiled myself, do you find me frightening?
In her green eyes you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride.
Nice. Nice line. I forgive you, but only because you're charming.
A devil, who being of great charm and guile, sneaketh into the homes of the godly.
Beneath her waterproof raincoat and silk shirt is a body imbibed in numb 12 perfume. You are suddenly and intimately aware of it.
Wanna fuck?
Steal, kill, and destroy. That they say we've been doing for over 4 decades now. Perhaps regrettably. I've had my fill for this century. In any case, I'm glad we can remain collegial despite my scaly bulk, and my perverse need to infiltrate and betray both kingdom and revolution. When the dust settled,
She doesn't think I'm
liberals were
cute.
the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
Would you have done something differently?
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery.
While a gentle wind sweeps the streets in the rebuilt east, light drizzle washing it clean, lights go up and motor carriages circulate the tracks.
It's not even that she didn't even consider it. It's that she didn't even register. That sucks. Tuning in from New Zealand. Hi.
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched. She loosens them.
Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
Nice. Pretty. You're a patriot?
Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
You're a smart woman.
My intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
You're no dummy yourself.
So am I.
A smart boy getting smarter. One basic term of reality at a time.
Thank you. You have daughters?
Yes. Whatever else I am. I'm also a mother. And a wife. Now, shall we return to reality?
What is this? It says spread your hands, but I prefer gestures broadly.
A bird? A Svenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions?
I meant what is this place here?
This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot. Or two.
What is Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A?
A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called
Revolution!
and new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux.
She's gonna redistribute the treats.
33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course.
Who lived in them?
Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
Oh, stay out of it. I didn't realize she was eavesdropping.
You could be wrong. But from here it appears as if she's running the brush across her throat in a soaring motion.
Wonderful.
What is that?
Girl in the old lady rags.
Yes.
Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture.
Infraculture.
Yes. You and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant. Those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world.
What a good word.
An infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture.
I don't know. There's margins of everything. I understand everything. Make it more complicated somehow.
That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat all they want. Capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself.
Ugh.
Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead.
Yeah, but what happens when everybody realizes that? Kind of seems like that's the moment we're in now. It's an illusion. Once you break it, it's broken forever.
All right. What next?
I think. Oh, this is gonna be a problem for me. Talk to the pale driver. I think I will talk to the pale driver. Okay. And leave this conversation and come back for my my nightly save scum. That's all for now.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
Nope, that's all for now.
Of course, detective. Take care.
Okay. Where's the driver? By the statue. Okay. Oh, who are you? Oh! It's yeah.
You didn't take the shot. Fucking coward. Waved a gun like a clown. Next time you point that shit at me, you better take the shot.
Her knuckles have turned white, holding on to that fence. She's been here for days, seething.
Jeez. What angry children. I don't know where I am. Meow. Smaller 75. You need to stop encouraging this cat and her behavior. She's already a menace. Cat speaking truth to power. By the trucks. Okay. I did. I aimed at Kunoes and chickened out.
The woman still
there we go.
has her eyes fixed on the photograph in her hands. In the background, the radio plays.
Excuse me, I'd like to ask some questions.
No response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her.
Grandma?
Nothing. Her smile just keeps widening. Her hair is grey like lead.
You already did this, Grandma.
Nothing. Her smile, just nothing.
Okay.
Her smile, no response. Wherever.
Okay. Keep trying? Really? Pale Driver would never have Tommy for asking.
The woman still has her eye. Nothing. Her nothing. 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 Her nothing. Her nothing.
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 Her nothing. Her
Later.
smile just keep.
Yep. Wasn't meant to be. That's okay. Let's go sell some trash. No, don't give me the union music. You need to do more drug stuff. Gotcha. Oh, it's closed. Okay. Oh yeah, the body.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. Sitting at a desk, Lieutenant Kitsuragi fiddles with a pen, then writes something on the paper in front of him. He shouldn't be doing that. He should be here discussing the footprints.
Can you talk to John Luke at night? Oh, in the trash container. Gosh, you're so right. And I need these pieces of garbage also. Yay, garbage. Is Tommy short for Tomathan?
Is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, "Whirling in rags."
Open it.
With a well-oiled crack, the lock pops open. It should now be possible to simply raise the lid. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't.
Didn't I just have a premonition? There's something in there.
There is, but you won't like it.
Oh no, now we have to
Sweat
open it.
forms on your brow. Your hand is still on the lid.
Dumpster
The
cop.
smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
Look at all of it. Look under the boxes of carton
You see
first.
Milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below, and turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however.
Noodles, yummy. Pick the rags.
Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers.
Grab them, put them
As the
on.
legs
Hey,
and slime of the
stop
jeans
it.
begin to unspool from the garbage. A rank corpse smell fills the air.
Uh-oh.
This feels like something you should return to with Lieutenant Kitsuragi present. Also, it makes you feel like an idiot for not having an evidence bag on you. What will you do with a dead man's trousers?
Search the food waste.
It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey, nothing. It's nothing. Nothing more to see here. What's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something.
Pick it up.
Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard.
An item!
Most papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes. Written in a man's
Is it mine?
Asking me now. It's some shit copy. How should I know?
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to your inventory and select the Interact tab to read your paperwork.
It's mine! Close the
Contains
lid.
sounds of muffled gong.
And come back with Kim. Leave. This is the ledger you found in the trash. It's full of notes written in a man's dense cursive. Have a closer look. Maybe it can be salvaged to start keeping notes on the case. Interact.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Cute. Anything else?
There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you.
What do you mean a metaphor for me?
Face the desolation. This is your ledger. You're a cop, and it's your official ledger. In your hand, and it stinks like you, too. And looks like you.
How does it look like me?
Below the pathetics, terror. Do not look into its blue heart.
Inspect it all.
It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want.
Leave it there, it's cool.
Play cool. It says, everyone look at me and my toilet paper covered cop ledger. I don't care. My ledger is droopy and it smells like a urinal.
Urinal. Inspect the clip.
An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip.
Run your finger across the
The
aluminum.
surface is interrupted
The
by
aluminium.
a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before. Looks like an official mark, made to be low visibility outside the right circumstances.
Ooh. What is this?
To be honest, you have little to no idea. You're dumb and alone.
Oh no.
Somewhere, not here, the helpful Lieutenant Kitsuragi is making notes in his blue notebook. He tilts it ever so slightly. A glowing rectangle catches the light. He could advise you with this. The next moment, a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand. It's a sorry sight.
Look at the white papers.
They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered, with faint red lines, forming short paragraphs. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files, commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
What is in there? What are they about?
Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases undertaken, not completed, mind you. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average.
There was mention of a naming convention
Yes,
here.
it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name, a title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction and vespertine cop show staples.
And they're written in capital letters, too.
Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable Case. Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the Uka Parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout.
It's a nitpick, but I wish all the skills had a different voice actor. It'd be cool. It seems like it'd be kind of a mess aesthetically.
It's going to take an effort to piece these cases
I can see why they
together,
didn't do that.
But it can be done.
Aside from
Once you're
just
done
casting
inspecting
issues.
them up close.
How much is that? 2 new cases
A
a week?
lot, a little. You have no idea. This all depends. Does it? It feels like a lot. Or maybe even more than a lot. It feels like too much.
I'm done inspecting these for sure. Yeah, it is a really good voice actor. Like he is switching up his performance style, depending on the character he's playing. But I mean, it's true. Like the voice is very the voice and the vocal style are both very distinctive, and he doesn't. I don't know. Maybe he could switch it up a bit more. I could. I'll find his name and email him. I'm sure he'll appreciate that.
You don't exactly close them so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now.
What's your favorite skill so far? These are skills, right? I understand what's happening. So far, Shivers is probably the best. It's certainly the most prosy, which I appreciate. It said some genuinely very beautiful stuff.
Arson, petty theft, spousal abuse. Handwritten logs on dozens of investigations date back to January 51.
This is his first
Case
professional
files
vocal performance. That's
committed
wild.
to paper. These are your last couple of months in Revachol, Precinct 41, Jamrock Quarter. You don't exactly close them so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now.
Okay. I don't need to save scum this. I will pass that just fine, I bet. Let's look at the rest of them first.
In the back, you see thin, translucent copy of paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out. Then rip them from the binder and hand them out, according to type of form.
What types of forms are there?
3. The topmost are misconduct fines. The middle ones are station calls. And the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of.
Volition. What does volition do? Hold yourself together. Interesting. I'm gonna have to try that. I can see why people like replay this over and over and over again.
You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work.
Misconduct fine.
A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. So, but they appear pleasantly vague.
Oh, hi, kitty. Station call.
These are quite sinister in turn. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station Below the core are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing.
Yikes.
All in a print so small it could be considered downright cute.
Field
A dozen
autopsy.
pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs.
Y'all are selling me on volition. How come nobody's mentioned volition before now? Maybe I'll stick a point in there. Why not? I've got to level up. It's not a budgetary thing as they replaced most voice lines and voiced all the unvoiced lines for the final cut. Oh. Okay.
Color of the irises, predation marks, condition of sexual organs.
Volition might not be less. Sorry. Sorry. Enough of these.
Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys.
She fucked up my terrible
process
headphones.
to
There we
dead
go.
Guys.
Okay. There we go. I mentioned volition earlier. It tells you not to kill yourself. Oh. Sorry.
The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copy of paper.
Look at the
It's
clipboard.
made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back, you see the embossed letters RCM.
Hi, Erwin. Happy you're here. Volition is also your blue health bar. Morale damage decreases volition. Okay. I'm learning all sorts of things. What did you say the color was?
Blue.
Blue.
The blue heart. Don't look into it.
Shake the ledger.
Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. Is there a hidden compartment? And something small inside. Light, made of paper or cardboard, or dried flowers perhaps. Permeables. It's not hidden per se. The compartment is made for permeable materials that would get damaged if something happened to it. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center.
How would I open it?
With your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board.
Smell the ledger. Get a
The
whiff.
acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose.
Yum.
It now forms the base of the experience. This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat, the stuff of death itself, and then sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of toilet cleaner.
Did I kill the guy? Oh, no.
You know, like the bits they put into public piss bowls, probably called Fermi Discrete, or Axel, or something. At some point in its journey, the ledger has seen the inside of a public toilet.
Which toilet would that be?
Which? You're not sure you smelled this one yet. Or worse, you have the nagging feeling you might have missed it.
Frustrating. Let's try it. Let's try opening the clipboard compartment.
Is not what you end up doing. You squeeze the plastic to slide it open, but nothing happens. Then you bend it some. Then crack it.
Fuck.
The goddamn thing is stuck. The ledger quivers in your hand as it shakes.
Time to
the
sniff
pages
all the
rustle.
toilets on the
This
island.
pathetic mess, suddenly afraid of you for some reason.
Have you called Sylvie? No, I think not yet. Or maybe I did. Oh my god. Time doesn't mean anything to me anymore. I think I may have. Okay, apparently I did. What did she say? Somebody remind me. You didn't bother her. Okay, then that's why I don't remember then. She must not have said very much that was important. Can I read the case files now? Boop.
Yes.
Yay.
You can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB 41, then date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120111700, the next world mural.
Harry Dubois.
41 is your precinct.
What is HVD?
It's safe to say those are the initials of the officer responsible for the case. Your initials. Harry Dubois, HDB. Still feels like there's something missing from that.
I think what you meant to say was RAC.
No, the alphanumeric begins
Tommy.
with HDB.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Ow. What a beast. Persist. How long does it take to read one of these Raphael stamped cases?
Fine. It takes about half an hour for you to piece one together. Mr. Raphael, which one do you want?
The next world mural.
This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real estate development called Grand Couronne. Cause of failure: rent too high. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form reads, "True love is possible only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the middle class."
Woo!
People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case.
That is a bummer.
The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the next world mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown.
Whoa. Do I ever find out who came up with it? Hang on. I have a tattoo of that quote in mural. Ooh, that's a choice. I can see how that would be a good tattoo.
The case files do not show you finding the author of the design. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves.
It's true, I'm
However,
sorry,
your
cop.
partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villa Lobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between 2 options.
Keep the mural. It is right.
A staggering 78% of voters
Wowee.
choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us.
All that remains is to wreak havoc on the middle class.
In any case, it appears to have been a rare case of civil activity in the quarter, and agreement as well. What do you want to tackle next?
We're gonna go through every single one of these, sorry.
AKA Leslie
Actually,
and
no,
Bird.
not sorry.
AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk is a cursed case.
Ooh.
It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted it, it is unclear. Every officer, and indeed most civilians in Jamrock, know it's unsolvable. You were so drunk, you didn't remember what it was when you signed on. That, or you were high. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man, and you can't lock them away because public indecency and small-scale property damage are not punishable by incarceration. The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear-view mirrors would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which in their 40s or 50s, it's hard to tell because of their distorted features, is a medical improbability on par with you ceasing to produce the expression.
The creature craves attention. No, the creature craves an open door. But she's going to complain when I do and close it behind her. So she can just stay here. There's nothing out there that she can't get in here. Proceed.
Threatening, fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemyaki to take them out. The Zemyaki gave them ethanol, so Burke and Leslie would expose and rampage even harder. You tried it all, and still the complaints wouldn't stop, as they hadn't stopped for 10 years. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Because there they are, on the corner of Perdition. And what is Leslie doing?
Public indecency.
Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then again, so are you. The case becomes considerably less comic one day, when Burke takes a swing at your ledger.
Ugh.
He must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. The joke's on him. You're drunk out of your mind on potent Pilsner. You slam the hardened plastic board in his face.
Oh shit.
Then you proceed to beat him unconscious with it.
Oh, don't do
In
that.
the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within.
Police brutality. The whole world is watching.
Jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it, but are unable to do so. The officer began to cry, reports Leslie, who, at this point, is tending to Burke.
Jesus.
He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around.
Potent Pilsner
The
in the band
permeable
name.
compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor Burko's kneecaps. The good news is, Burke can't walk anymore.
Jesus.
Can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke. Who knows? But both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop. The unsolvable case is solved.
Best cop ever.
Which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Does that sound like a Raphael something Costo to you, sir?
One last time, yes.
Fine then. You've earned it.
Who? Detective Raphael Ambrosius Costo. When you say it, it feels like you're taking a bite of lemon meringue while sitting on the terrace of a seaside cafe. On a cool summer day in Sur-la-Clef, it's everything you're not. You haven't created many things during your stay in Martinez, but you've created this, a fancy, sophisticated name that makes you sound intelligent and that no one seems to acknowledge. Don't you feel like you deserve a reward for coming up with something so special? And what would that reward be? So this gives me no... Am I understanding this correctly? This gives me no advantage. And in fact, confers a disadvantage on my gameplay. On the other hand... On the other hand, YOLO. Hi, kitty. Meow, 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 meow. Yes, let's internalize this thought. Let's do it. You have a hard time doing the big check with the boat lady if you take that. Well, that's what safe scumming is for. Ow, kitty. Kitty, stop. I would already overthrow a small to medium-sized country if you wanted. She's mad at me. But she gets everything she wants, so I don't feel that bad. The square bullet hole murders.
It would be
Tell me about it.
interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair, with a square hole in her skull, staring at the wall, her mouth agape.
But
that's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound
a moderately
was square-shaped.
bloody revolution, I
You
understand.
never found the bullet. And then another body showed up, also with a square hole in his forehead.
Sequence killer?
Who knows? Those pages are missing. What next? Don't worry. One day. Some assholes brought
keep
their
going.
couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it.
They looked really cool, like a rock band.
Yes, as you said here, insufferable rock and roll assholes. Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa, or couch, or whatever it was. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it, too, where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes, and drank coffee because they felt it's intellectual.
This is a great kid activity.
Cigarette
I love it.
butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. So congratulations to you. Case solved.
Did I ever catch those
No,
guys?
you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes. You have a real job to do. What next?
Okay, well, there's only one more, so murder.
Murder. Tum 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 at the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead, of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor.
How?
Beaten to death by a
Oh
throng
my
of
God.
Villalobos gang members when him and his partner JM, only initials mentioned, answered a call
Yikes.
one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case files. Stop stalling and get to the murder at the hookah parlor.
Okay, on with the
Joseph
murder.
Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve. Was doing it solo. Said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister. Was on it for, like, a month. The captain got impatient. Shit or get off the pot, Mills. Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory, as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder at the hookah parlor. Tough case, he said. Toughest he's ever had.
Was Joseph Mills a good
No,
cop?
he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey. Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That murderer vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about. Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day.
Can you get high off of it? No.
No, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do anything.
Really cool.
Yeah, really lame. So anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there. only client that day. In perfect health, too. Some kind of movie producer. No one enters, no one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular. No calls, nothing. Just sucking on the hookah until 15:45. Then bam, he's dead on the floor with his skull busted open, blood everywhere. What happened? How can it be? Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin. Movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. Table's low, heavy, really sharp edge. See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom.
What was he doing there for 6 hours?
Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was murder at the hookah parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed, piecing it together. Next.
Okay.
Not much has changed.
That's quite enough of that.
In the meanwhile, a bunch of sodden
they're all
paper
done.
still sags from the clipboard.
Okay. Hidden compartment in the clipboard. Do it.
Just relax.
Yes.
The two sides of the board are slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off the slides. All you need to do is bend the plastic on your knee, slowly. The slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just,
slide the drawer open.
Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open.
What's in there?
2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
Fucking kill yourself, you asshole. Oh my god. Ooh, I kind of want to pick that one. Can I pick them all? I'll do what the game wants me to.
2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there, too.
I love zoos and aquariums. Love them a lot. I go to every aquarium in every new city that I visit.
Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue.
Smell it.
It smells of chewing gum, apricot flavor, a touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. You think the label says tutti frutti.
We need a Texas aquarium vlog. Have I been to an aquarium in Texas? I feel like I've been to the Austin Aquarium. I don't know. But I don't think I think I've only said this on the Discord channel. The Discord server. But I'm starting a new channel in a couple months. I used to work at a fish store and have keep reef tanks and fish and stuff. And I had a reef tank when I lived in Illinois, and I had to get rid of it when I moved to LA. But I can have it again since I will soon have a house with rooms and everything. So I bought a fish tank, and I'm going to start a channel, basically like a sort of vloggy type channel, but really more kind of practicing videography. So that should be fun. Okay, open it.
Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Looped, round letters in a woman's hand. A young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile, you think. Although that is not something you can read from someone's handwriting. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy.
Oh.
Throw it away, please.
No, keep reading.
Your hand shakes, holding the card. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest, down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you.
Can I try and tell you my stupid Christopher Nolan joke? Go for it. I'm here. I'm ready. Tread carefully, please. Go for it, Danny Man. Tell me your Christopher Nolan joke. Meanwhile, I will keep reading.
You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it.
Keep reading.
Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear. You feel the ledger slip from your hand.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Fuck! No! Oh my god! Oh my god! I didn't know I was gonna die! Nobody said that! Oh my god! Okay.
There is nothing. Again. Nothing, brother. No treachery, just blackout. Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you, that's still there. And the small light that's on, fluttering, somewhere in the basal ganglia.
Oh my god.
Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing.
Oh, a new voice.
The unwell emotion.
You
Even
can
in the
continue from your
darkness,
last, thank
he's
God.
grasping for it. Still trying to hold on to the great sorrow slipping in the water. Slimy.
Christopher Nolan movies are basically recording running water up close in slow motion with light music in the background. That's it. Is that a joke or is that just a statement of fact? I've legit never seen someone die this much in this game. Hi, Romance. I'll have you know that this is the first time I've died in this game. If someone tells you to save the game, the implication is that you're about to die. Okay, well, the implication could be that you're about to experience something unpleasant that isn't going to kill you. You know, that could be an implication, I feel. Oh, God. Okay. No, I was cool. I'm cool.
They're cool when you're dead, brother.
Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow.
You've definitely died before. Okay, well, if I died before, then it was my first time dying, and therefore didn't count, because I was still learning about the game. Okay, I'm full of excuses. I will find an excuse for anything.
Because it's always there.
Tell him. Tell him.
Ah, yes. In the olfactory system, they call it the apricot chewing gum scented one. It's unhealthy of them to linger on it so. But as they say, what do you do?
Oh yeah, the heart attack after Measurehead. That's so true. Okay, fine. This is my second time dying. That is not that bad. Or is it? How does that compare with the standard performance? It smelled so nice.
It didn't smell nice. It smelled like betrayal.
Enough. Just lie there
You
motionless.
think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecule? No. Someone is breathing on your face now, inspecting your pupils, stupid idiot.
Bloodborne will be fun. Standard is getting necked by the necktie in the first minute. I didn't do that. There's a speed run for getting killed in the first room. Okay. Anyway, I'm not coming back.
Oh, but you are. They're pouring something on you. Something in you. It's
It's delicious.
Yummy!
Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness. In the upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket, the air is thick with leatherworks and heavy fuel oil. Cold water runs down your chin.
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself as it pours down your parched throat. The pounding in your head recedes. The darkness parts.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need a secondary form of hydration.
I think Kim just found me.
With greedy gulps, you down half a
Oh no,
liter of
it's still
cold
2 a.m.
Some of it spills on the driver's seat. The lieutenant pays no heed to it.
What happened?
Well, I came in contact with the burnt-out ruins of the past, Lieutenant. What can I say? Actually, I should ask you the same.
There was a call on the shortwave. Officer passed out in Martinez. I had a feeling it would be you. I'm glad I got here in time. I don't know.
So I didn't technically die, I just passed out. I came in contact with the burnt-out ruins of the
That does
past.
sometimes happen.
He replies with such understanding, it's as if the burnt-out ruins
They're
of the
so
past
boyfriends.
were an occupational hazard. Athlete's foot for cops.
I found this next to you. I'll tag along for the rest of the day if you don't mind. My business is concluded anyway. Are you okay to go?
Let's solve this case. Leave.
Good.
The Ledger of Failure and Hatred is a special item that can be used both as an interactable and a tool equipped in your held slot for skill bonuses. Find it under the Tools tab in your inventory.
Well, I guess I can't talk to Joyce again. I can't do my planned save scum. Dance, 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 dance. So that's disappointing. If only Kim would go away. Just this time, though. Not any other time.
On the side reads, RCM Emergencies Desk number 8102, with a slogan, Mankind, be vigilant.
Good mail delivery box.
The box seems happy. Eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and St. G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox also.
I feel you, mail collection box.
The mail collection box seems cathartic. Thankfully even, so do you. You shudder, then you swallow, and then suddenly you see it. Over all the other graffitos, someone has, using the tip of a very sharp knife, cut the words, Reverchon forever.
Leave. Save. When I passed out reading the ledger, I immediately reloaded my save because I was so scared it was fully over. Ask Kim about the seal on the ledger. Can I?
Yes.
Can I do this? Oh. This is a white check. You may retry it. Let's just try it.
Look at you.
Sweet!
It's because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight, Precinct 57.
Yeah, that makes more sense than the other stuff I thought of.
Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing his stained disco garb. You weren't sent here to win.
Oh, talk about your feelings, bud.
I've considered it.
So it's true.
It would be immensely ugly, not to mention unprofessional. But I also think it's somewhat unlikely.
Oh, why is that?
I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win.
Let them idle and they stretch with each other? Is that true? I have to try that when it's daytime. Do you really see me as a safe bet?
Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's there. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
Good. See your face. Thanks for being here. Glad it's fun for you. Okay, nothing. Let's check that ledger. Where's the ledger? Hang on. Well, that's it. I'm busy. Ledger. What's the cat's name? I forgot. The cat's name is Thomason, aka Tommy. Ledger's moved to tools. Okay. Oh, yeah. Toy. Ledger of failure and hatred.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner. Oh, and the cool piece of toilet paper is stuck to the back.
Kim has nothing to say about it, so... Inspect the clip.
It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough. Something wrapped and something small inside. Permeables. It's the plastic.
Kim has nothing to say.
Lapis with your hands. You 4-sized pages hang.
Oh, the clip!
An aluminium block runs the width of the board. Biting down on the surface is interrupted by looks like an official mark.
What? That thing. It's a halogen watermark. We use it for adding information to RCM properties.
What kind of information?
It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
Maybe yours will have how many cases you've solved. How many years you've been on the force, he's thinking. It'll have that.
How can I read it?
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do.
Ooh. Like, for example?
All RCM vehicles have had lights designed to reveal halogen watermarks. Mine too.
Ooh.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I do that now?
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand.
Let's find out. The car's like right here, isn't it? Isn't that where we just came from? Oop. There we go. Did you get to the next world mural part of the ledger? I did. Sorry.
Microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
How do I turn on the headlights?
All right. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps, and the engine of the Caprice Canadian comes to life with a whiny growl, like a leopard waking from its sleep, yawning and roaring at the same time.
Press the button labeled headlights.
The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
Does Kim ever explain why it parks so badly?
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river. A familiar sensation washes over you.
There she is. Revachol West.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations.
Look at the street
The
grid.
rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights.
Look around
You catch
you.
a faint glimmer from a broken beer bottle in the distance. Sounds. 2 men engaged in a drunken argument, followed by the closing of some distant window.
Cool t-shirt. Oh my gosh, thank you. I think so too. I think it's a very cool t-shirt.
In the middle of a broken plaza, illuminated in a cone of light, 2 men, one slim, the other sturdy. They are on the city stage, but only one of them knows his lines.
Ah, Martinez at night.
Where are we on this?
Let me see. Right here.
I'm sure I've seen worse.
Oh yes. Coal City. Le Royaume. The burnt-out quarter.
All of them worse than here.
Look at the
There
perforations.
are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows.
Tally up the different
first
rows.
row has 18 dots.
About the next
The
one.
next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some.
Count them.
You count 216 perforations. Considering that nice, large number, a wave of pride washes over you. Though you can't say why, precisely.
Good night, smaller. What about the last row?
The last row has 3 perforations.
3, that's it.
That's it.
Kim, what all these holes mean?
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look.
Alpha male officers who are proud of their numbers often do. It's meant. Son, here is where we score your life performance. You better hope it's good.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered?
I feel like I just went around apologizing all the time for some reason.
Maybe you were a diplomat. Or in PR. Doesn't matter, I suppose. Let's move on, shall we? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases.
Nice.
Closed is good.
Super
It
cop.
means finished. You've got, let's see. Wow, more than 200.
216.
It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers.
So you're saying I used to be a super cop.
Call it what you want. You were a valuable member of your precinct. Now, let's look at the last row. Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there.
That's not too many.
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way.
Game counts how much you apologize. Yeah, it already asked me if I want to be a sorry cop.
There are certain officers
I
who
said
treat
no,
their kills like
I
some
do
kind
not.
of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident.
Okay, so I'm not a terrible guy.
But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for.
Have you ever killed anyone, Kim?
Yes.
How do you handle the strain?
Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective or self-destructive than others. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies.
Like tip-top racing?
Par exemple.
Maybe I should find a hobby.
Why not gardening? You've already got the yellow gloves.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab.
Maybe I should pour one out for the boys.
If you want to pour out the booze you've been carrying around on duty, I'm certainly not going to stop you.
Pour one out on the ground. Let's do it.
A pool of moonshine spiked borscht appears at your feet. The chunks of beet shimmer in the lights of the Kanema.
I can't help but feel like that was a bad idea. I shouldn't have done that. I'm already regretting my decision.
Honorably done. You have given up some of your own blood for theirs.
I will make it okay with the power of rock and roll. I'm sorry for killing you.
Very noble of you. Are we done here?
Yes.
The lieutenant nods.
Okay.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page, to the right of the task description.
Ooh. Ooh. Interesting. Okay. This is good to know. Look how many points I have in Sorry Cop. Boring Cop. Fascist. Moralist is pretty high. Nothing in honor. That's dismaying. Pouring out wasn't the bad decision. Awesome. Have you drunk any alcohol yet this playthrough? I have not. I don't think so. This means I can't pass the speech check with Joyce, right? Because Kim is with me. Where am I? Yeah, I'm going commie so far. We'll see if I regret that too. This is a game of regrets. Honor Cop is pretty weird. Kim only stops you from check related to Pale Driver. Okay. Let's see if the...
Good. What can I help you with at this late hour?
It's night, don't you ever sleep?
Matter of fact, I don't.
Whoa. Why?
I have a medical condition of my own.
Whoa.
Nothing unusual, though. I'm old, you see.
You're just old. Okay. I think I have that too.
Don't worry. It's curable.
Okay.
With questions.
Okay, save first. Looks like it's still there.
You're back. Good.
Didn't get the speech check for Pale. I've failed to complete a prerequisite apparently.
More
I don't
lessons
know.
in basic
We'll find
reality.
out. We'll find out eventually.
My favorite part of the day. Go ahead. Ask me anything.
Okay. Okay. First speech check. What is... Think of something close to you.
It remains a mystery.
Fuck.
What you mean by this something?
One more time. I'm so scared of accidentally loading the wrong thing. Oh my god. Pale Driver check only occurs when you start investigating the drugs. Okay. Love from Italy. Hi, Franco. Thanks for being here. I'm sorry you're coming in like right at the very end. This is the ritual save scum. F8 to quick load. Okay. Thank you.
Good. More lessons in basic reality. My favorite part of the day.
It remains a mystery. What you mean by this
Okay.
something close?
Oh wait. F8? That's all for now.
Glad to have been of assistance.
Okay. F8. F8. Didn't work. Okay. Oh shit. Alright.
You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality.
6 kilometers.
Yeah!
west,
Okay.
Valley of Dogs.
One down.
Junior officer Chad Tingle takes aim at a rabid black dog
Oh.
licking its wounds in the grass.
Doggy.
To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?"
The conceptualization check is impossible unless you have a specific thought internalized. When you don't have the thought, you get a negative 12 on your check. Are you talking about this next 3% check? Or one with Pale Driver? Surely it wouldn't say that there's a chance if there's not a chance.
Yes, he lost his mind, Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. Don't worry, Emil. He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. He'll find it again. We always do.
What am I?
You? You're an officer of the RCM.
The Revachol Citizens Militia.
Preciso mundo.
Good. What is the Revachol Citizens Militia?
Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, detective.
I confused it with Baldur's Gate 3. Okay, F9. Good to know. The game will indeed prank you with the chances. That's some serious horseshit. Yeah, 3% check, it says. There are several points in the game where it gives you percentage chance that is incorrect. Okay.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
He's being sarcastic.
Are we?
We are.
You said de facto.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin.
Interesting. What do you mean?
The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital.
All 3 are good to know when we are out policing.
So basically I'm a lackey of capital.
There's nothing basic about your role, detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent provisional rulers like it.
What the fuck are you, streamer now? I'm streaming while I'm doing my dissertation fieldwork because I think it's unlikely that I'm gonna make the kind of video progress that I would like to. So this is proof that I'm alive.
Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not fans of you.
Why?
The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown. They called it the international zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true blue citizens' initiative. They will never forgive you.
Damn.
That's somewhat of an exaggeration.
Spicy.
In reality, ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Revacholians get to keep the peace in Revachol, and the coalition doesn't have to worry about it. Anyway, sorry to intrude. Please continue.
You've been missed and it's good to see you living. Thank you. Hoping to have a video out late next month.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol.
Thank you.
And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help.
Okay. So, am I to understand that do your dissertation interviews follow the same format for each person, or does it change depending on the person? It changes depending on the person. I have a basic sort of I actually have to reach out to you specifically, Romance. Yeah, I said I was going to do that. And indeed, I am running out of scheduled interviews. Yeah, I have a basic sort of slate of questions, and then I'll follow up if it seems like the conversation is going somewhere interesting, or they bring something up that that makes me think of something else. Yeah, it's like ethnographic studies are supposed to be built like that. That's the reason to do an ethnographic study instead of just a survey. Like you want to actually make the conversation and the sort of generative nature of the conversation important for the research, and not just kind of depend on rote yes or no answers. What's the dissertation on? The dissertation is on online leftism, the culture of online leftism, and more specifically the way online leftists sort of manage the fact that all social media is a capitalist artifact, basically. And so what can we tell about social media based on the sort of like tension between how platform media is set up and the people who think of themselves as sort of like fundamentally constitutionally counter to the aims of corporate behavior. Yeah. Just doing some Googling. I think you can conceptualize the thought, but without the thought, but it makes it easier. What type of bread are you on the bread tube? I mean, since I'm an anarchist, I'm probably one of the one of the few people who can probably genuinely claim bread tube membership. I don't know. The entire moniker of bread tube is super interesting to me. Like I talked to Zoe Baker today about it, and I'm talking about it with every YouTuber that I'm speaking with for the interviews. That bread tube is like a really, really bizarre label. I think it's super interesting that nobody I've talked to yet, and I've seen no YouTuber express any kind of like sincere identification with breadtube. Like breadtube is something that viewers made up. Nobody who actually makes YouTube videos, I don't know, there may be a couple people, I don't know, like I'm trying to hedge my bets, but like broadly speaking, nobody actually is part of breadtube. That's something that just sort of emerged out of the whatever cultural zeitgeist was happening on Reddit at the time. We can help you with this conceptualization check if you want us to. Yeah. Oh, what do you like? Rye, everything, bagel, whole grain. Oh! If I'm a bread, if I were a bread, I'd be sourdough. What a great bread, Goes with every sandwich. Everybody loves sourdough. Maybe this is just like me projecting. Maybe I just crave the approval of others. Who knows? Zoe Baker's book is so good. Yeah, I have to read it. It's a great conversation. She's a really intelligent, interesting, friendly person. What do you think academia can gain from learning about leftist spaces on social media, especially since academia is also another structure influenced by capitalism? Academia is another structure influenced by capitalism, but academia is not itself capitalistic, and that's what I think is like, that's certainly a difference between academia and like something like platform media. Like I think platform media is fundamentally capitalistic. Like that platform media is a structure that only exists to perpetuate itself and only facilitates communication in so much as that communication can perpetuate the platform. Like that is capitalistic in nature, and so I mean it's sort of the vibe that I'm getting in academia right now, that academics are sort of, at least American academics, I know it's more common in certain universities abroad, but like to criticize capitalism, like whatever, like the woke accusation will say otherwise, but it is not common for American academics to genuinely criticize capital or capitalism and the way that it shapes the world we live in. I think that there's a lot of areas in academia that give capitalism way too much of the benefit of the doubt, just as a matter of culture and a matter of history, and a matter of you are correct that, like, at least the American university system is absolutely, sort of partially built to provide labor, to produce graduates who are prepared to go to middle management or whatever. But the part that isn't interested in that is the part that I'm a part of, and so my aim is to give humanist academics a better, more of a tool to accurately describe what social media is and what it is not. It's such a new system that I really don't think we have a handle on that quite yet. And everybody right now is completely obsessed with right-wing social media, and that's fine, that's good. That's deserving of study, but I think that we can tell we might be able to tell certain things about the constitution of like what the nature of what social media actually is by by studying people who engage with it antagonistically, basically. So yeah. Very centrist pick. I have a lot of thoughts on online leftism since I got really involved with the leftist streaming community as a 20-year-old. Nearly was convinced to start streaming, and it caused me to become really disillusioned with the online left and kind of left in general. Yeah, I think that, like, I genuinely think that you know, as a capitalist institution and a capitalist artifact, it's kind of sort of passively designed to push people away from leftism. So any kind of social media activity is very competitive. You know, it's very individualistic, and competition and individualism are just sort of constitutionally opposed to any goal of progressivism or leftism writ large. Like, these are ideologies that require as an argument in their favor and as functional systems, cooperation and generosity, and, you know, general goodwill toward people, and a willingness to interact generatively with people and not behave as if you're the main character of the universe and everybody's just sort of playing a part in your narrative, which is how the internet in general and social media in particular frames the user experience. You get on Facebook and you're the main character of Facebook, and you get on Twitter and you're the main character of Twitter, you know, and everything that you see is either an affirmation or a threat to that. And I think that can't help but kind of warp how people interact with it. Yeah. Ask each bread to agree, you interview what bread they are. Everyone craves the attention sourdough gets. I think that's true. Yes. Did it start as a derogatory term for Lindsay Ellison, H. Bomber Guy, etc.? No, it started out as a description for specifically anarchist YouTube, and then it sort of got appropriated by just Redditors in general and viewers in general who kind of identified with the concept of like, oh, so BreadTube is just like about online leftism. That's cool. I like that. And then they just started looping in every single motherfucker who's ever said, you know, that transphobia is wrong. You know, so it really muddied the waters. If it was ever a functional descriptor in the first place. Tangent about capitalism and platforming fits Disco Elysium. Yes, I think so. I think is Wikipedia platform media? That's a good question. Sorry, I got distracted. I think I'm not going to do this last save scum is what I was going to say, and I will instead read through the chat, and this will be the end of the stream because I'm super sleepy. It's been a long day. Okay, is Wikipedia platform media? It's a really good question. I don't know. My instinct is to say no, because the users of Wikipedia and the editors of Wikipedia, like, Wikipedia is not a website that centers the user experience and user expression. Wikipedia is supposed to be a compendium of general knowledge that's then sort of like checked against other people's general knowledge. Wikipedia is great, you know, but like because of that, and also because Wikipedia is old, Wikipedia has been around a long time. Yeah, I don't think it counts as platform media. Wikipedia is part of Web 1. Publishers, sponsors also tend to influence what kind of research is made and who gets to be published and why. That is certainly the case. That is 1000% the case with private research. Like, you should never trust any company that funds its own research. That's bad. That's really, really bad. It is marginally less the case for like you'll see agricultural companies funding crop research studies. That's fine. That's an okay thing to do. I suppose there could be some room for for corruption there, but I think that's I don't know. I don't really fundamentally see the problem with like ethically run businesses, and there is such a thing, investing in their own company or their own industry by funding research to universities. I think there's totally a place for that. Yes, academic scientists like to pretend they're above politics. Yes, academic scientists, this is a massive, 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 massive problem with economics. Primarily because economics is not a science, economics is a social science, but economists at every university are typically in the like top 5 highest paid faculty positions, which is already kind of fucked up. But like we've set up this system where economists sort of have sort of decided that they want all the credibility and status of a STEM field, but none of the accountability, so like everything that economists describe, they like econ papers tend to be like really precise and really esoteric. They use a lot of math. It's if you're in an econ PhD curriculum, it's just data set after data set after problem set after problem set, and none of them really talk about like what assumptions we're making, what definitions we're going with when we talk about something like efficiency, right? Like efficiency according to who? Because of course there's financial efficiency. There's the efficiency in a closed set in a closed set of data points. Yes, there are more efficient and less efficient ways to organize things, but the world isn't a closed data set. There are multiple ways to consider something efficient, and there are cases in which efficiency is not necessarily desirable. Like this is a huge argument in opposition to something like fucking Doge. The Department of Government Efficiency, where efficiency basically means that apparently we just remove funding from everything that could ever have possible waste, and that is efficiency. But the government, any kind of government and any kind of welfare system within a government, is specifically non-efficient. It's not designed to be efficient. That's why the idea that the government should be run like a business is horseshit. That doesn't make any sense. The government's job is to lose money. The government's job is to provide for its people. The government's job is not to make a profit. That's ridiculous. So anyway, it's like how the determiners of online content are the credit card companies. I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but it sounds right. My negative experience with the leftist streaming sphere and the figures in it kind of pushed me to start a volunteer org and do volunteer work IRL. Fuck yeah, good. Yes, get offline. Like you can post. I think it's okay to post, and it's okay to like signal boost and raise awareness to the extent that you can, but don't get in the comments. Don't argue with people online. You're not arguing with people when you do that. Like people get online and they change just fundamentally. They act different. It's impossible to tell who they actually are. Do you think the attention economy will ever be saturated? I kind of think it's already saturated. It's done. With people, making millions and millions of dollars streaming video games for other people, like this is not I don't think anybody's happy with this situation. I don't think that anybody's happy with the fact that that all the studios are owned by tech companies and all they can produce is just sort of boring bullshit, and sequels and shows that have been just like crowdsourced to fuck. There are too many options. There's too many options in almost every attention economy right now, and there are several. Collectivist content creation. Then, I genuinely think it's possible to have a collectivist content creation. We can decentralize social media much more than it already is. You know, people like Mark Zuckerberg and Elon will say that social media is decentralized and that's its great strength, its great power. It's not true. They own it. It's not decentralized if it's owned by a single person. The old guard of academia needs a lot of guidance when it comes to social media. Yes, they do. The old guard of academia doesn't really seem to understand what social media is, but they're getting there. What's your anarchist starter pack reading list? Oh God, I'm not super like well versed in anarchist theory. You know, people will sort of shit on Noam Chomsky for you know, there's a reasonable conclusion to come to, I think, but I find a lot of his writing pretty compelling. And then David Graeber, always, of course, you know, he was the one that sort of convinced me that describing my political position as anarchism was a like good and proper thing to do. What realms of social media platforms are you talking about? I'm not quite sure what you mean. Maybe like on Facebook, I'm looking at groups specifically, and how the sort of like in-group and out-group dynamics change based on the kind of like quasi-privacy and fences you can put up around Facebook groups, stuff like that. BreadTube ended up being a marketing category. Yeah, it did, but like hardly ever by the people who were actually making videos. It was really weird. It was just like commentary on BreadTube. I don't know. It's frustrating. I don't think that the real product of Wikipedia is the articles, but actually the knowledge production process. Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe. I think that's certainly part of it. Do you guys stream these on YouTube, or was that a today thing? No, this is my third stream, and I'll keep doing them on YouTube. It seems like people show up for it, so. It's very basic. Do you subscribe to the dead internet theory? Yes, to an extent. I think a lot of the things that are said on the internet are, if they're not bot, like, because I think there's a couple ways to approach dead internet theory. One is that everybody's a bot and there's no actual human beings involved. But I think another approach to dead internet theory that I think is like well and truly like just obviously the case right now is just that that the information environment is flooded by people who are, if not straight up bots, misrepresenting themselves. You know, that is that is like not a dissimilar thing, because that like misrepresenting who you are and your positions online is much different from trying to do the same thing in real life. There's only like the vectors of lies available to you online are so totally different than they are offline, and completely change the dynamic of how people talk to each other and how people interact with each other on the internet, and how people understand the communication dynamic there. So I don't know, it's kind of a different formulation of dead internet theory, but I think it still counts. I don't see why it shouldn't. Sometimes it feels like every person of any importance in humanities fields is 60 and still thinks the internet is what it was in 2006. Yeah, it's often the case. It's honestly less the case now. A lot of interesting internet research is coming out by people who are, millennials of some stripe, who are generally the ones who are in, I think, the best position to understand the internet. Sort of top to bottom, you know. Yes, Monday and Thursday is the streaming schedule so far. I might add another day and make it Monday, Wednesday, Friday after I move, but that'll be in a couple weeks. I wound up coming away from it thinking that a lot of online leftism attracts people who have a really predatory view of others, and that it takes advantage of people who are socially isolated and want some form of purpose and gives it to them in the form of internet culture wars that don't really accomplish anything materially. Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, that's the fundamental critique of any kind of online leftism. But I don't think that's a problem that's native to leftism specifically, or, you know, leftism independent from the internet. I think a lot of that is the way the internet is structured. I see economics as the theory and politics as the praxis of economics. Yeah. I think I agree. Watch Dr. Fatima. Oh, yeah, I have. I'd reach out to her, but I don't think she has her email posted, unfortunately. Or open DMs. That's been a problem that I've been coming up on. Because I don't talk to that many other YouTubers. A few, you know, but it's a really isolated position, which is another interesting thing about YouTube as it continues to sort of supplant legacy media as the kind of mainstream. Huge amount of unchallenged baseline assumptions in academic economics. Yes, absolutely. So there's a really good book called, oh god, it's 11:30 already. Okay, I gotta do that. I'll scroll through I'll sort of skim the rest of these after this. But so there's a really good book called Never Let a Serious Crisis Go to Waste, which is by an economic historian, Philip Murawski, I think, from Notre Dame. And he pointed this out in this book, and I think about it all the time, and I mention it to everybody I can because it just seems so crazy to me, and doubly crazy because it doesn't like you can have a lot of exposure to academic economics, and I have, and not realize two things about it, which relate to their like avoidance of accountability that I was just talking about. The first is that the standard PhD curriculum for economics doesn't include any philosophy or history. That's insane. That's crazy. Like any field that wishes to take itself seriously, especially in STEM. Like if you go to medical school, you typically take some kind of medical history. You know, if like there are it's probably not so much the case for I don't know. I don't know that much about like you know, engineering PhDs or whatever, but like the entire like the title is Doctor of Philosophy. If you it is certainly unheard of for anybody in a social science program to not know anything about the history or philosophy of their own discipline at a PhD level. That is insane. That's crazy. Okay, so that's the first thing, and then the other thing is that you know, econ wants to have the sort of credibility of a science, but it has no ethics, has no ethics code. And there have been a couple times, like especially after the 2008 crash, where a few economists have suggested introducing a code of ethics, like you know, like the Hippocratic Oath, to economics, and every single time it just gets shot the fuck down. Nobody wants to hear about it. That's a problem, I think. You know, econ PhDs should have to understand just the basics of you know, the history and philosophy of their own discipline, and there probably should be a code of ethics for economics as a field. I've not read The Entrepreneurial State, but it is on my list. I have heard of it. People forget that businesses have waste and inefficiency. Yes! I mean, that's a whole other part of this. That, like, the idea that businesses are just sort of like naturally fall into their most like rational decisions, that's ridiculous. Like anybody who's had a terrible boss knows how much inefficiency and waste happens in business. Like, business is not unaffected by culture. Businesses have internal culture all the time. Credit card comment is from what I've read, basically credit card companies have a list of acceptable content that beyond which they will not process payments for. Huh. Interesting. I have to look that up. Economics has stagnated the study to near astrology. Yeah, pretty much, especially in finance. It's insane. Yeah, rip. David Graeber. Real loss. Graeber can be good, but when it comes to anthropology, he's sometimes arguing against positions that don't exist. Sometimes, but he's also typically arguing against positions that absolutely 1000% exist. Anthropology is a very troubled discipline. You know, it's gotten better. It's gotten a lot better. I think it's like learned a lot more about itself than a lot of other disciplines have. Kind of like, you know, I don't know, kind of like, you know, learning something from your crippling cocaine addiction that you've kicked. Leftist streaming got sucked into is the debate me stuff. Yeah, don't do that. Simply don't do that. It's not productive. The problem with debate me stuff is that, like, a debate is so much different from a conversation. Nobody is trying to learn from each other in debate. They're just trying to win. And that's, you know, like I said, like, social media is built on competition. It's not built on communication. Debating is not good communication for anybody except, you know, the audience sometimes who might learn something, but it's not a good model for communication in any way. Are there many online leftists who are also enmeshed in academia? Yeah, there are actually a few. Tom Nicholas, that's his name, right? John the Duncan, yeah. I mean, Dr. Fatima, yeah, totally. Let's see. Okay, almost at the end. Maybe if you comment on one of Dr. Fatima's videos, likely she'll see it. Yeah, maybe I'm at that point of desperation to start just commenting on people's videos. Whatever, can't hurt. Can't hurt. Physics PhDs don't need history of philosophy. That makes sense. For chem, I mean, it makes. I think every PhD curriculum should have some philosophy requirement. Like STEM is not, you know, like the science that we do is like a tech tree that we chose. There have always been other possibilities for how to do things. But I don't know, that gets kind of esoteric and into things that I don't really feel comfortable speaking with any authority on. But there is a philosophy of science, and scientists should be exposed to it. Yes. For economists, social science is a dirty word. It's super, super funny because that's what they are. Yeah, Unlearning Economics, I need to reach out to him also. He's great. Let's see. The way we conceptualize what is scientific is an epistemological position. Yes, correct. But I think they're saying that a lot of those STEM fields just don't require that kind of coursework. But they should. Political science doesn't have that either because it was a field created to justify the post-war U.S. hegemony. Marxism is barely talked about. That is true. That's like kind of the bedrock of my Trump is not a fascist argument, where like if you use it's just like the reason I think we need to stop using the word fascism is because fascism basically belongs to the liberal status quo. You know, you say fascism and you're instantly just like transported to like a kind of liberal positionality where you are not allowed to confront any kind of like, you know, behaviors that we would consider fascist that the US itself, you know, demonstrates over and over again. I don't know. I hope that made sense. I'm very sleepy. But I'll talk about it at some point later. I've been thinking about that for a long time. Economists are like the clergy of capitalism. Yeah, correct. I don't think a code of ethics would change anything, but I don't know. It just depends on the level of corruption at that point, if there is a code of ethics introduced. And there is a lot of corruption within economic epistemology and epistemological structures. And just structures in general. Most scientists don't have a code like that. Medicine operates quite differently even to bioscience. I could find, like, I mean, the comparison to the Hippocratic Oath in particular, fine, I get that. But bioscience 1000% has an ethics code. You can't just do whatever the fuck if you're a bioscientist, like any kind of scientist that does any kind of experiment has to go through the IRB, and they have to be familiar with ethics codes. Science has, you know, ethics codes all over the place because they don't want to get sued. Do you have a subtle prejudice against the terminally online? No, I don't think so. Any kind of negative feeling I have toward the terminally online, including myself, is more like pity. Destiny's consequences have been a disaster for the online left. It's just such a disaster. Everything is just such a disaster. Destiny is such wasted potential. He's like an incredible rhetorician, incredibly gifted at talking. Wish he wasn't such a fucking idiot in so many other ways. What is your preferred way to test potentially competing ideas against one another, if not debate? I'm not saying the debate is bad. I'm saying online debate is bad. Debate in certain places, in certain contexts, is fine. There's nothing wrong with debating. But debating for the benefit of clicks and sensationalism, those are such like tired words, but you know, debating in a way that primarily benefits the platform you're debating on, that's bad. That's bad. Like, if we're debating, it should be open and honest and generative, and we shouldn't all be thinking about like, oh, but how are other people looking at me? The best debates are had in private. Debates in the online manner is theatrical, exactly. Oh, Mark Fisher, yes, Mark Fisher's great. Everybody should read Mark Fisher. RIP. I would include philosophy with chemistry and physics for an understanding about how innovation and scientific development can be exploited and used to oppress people. That's why we have IRBs. That's why we have like ethics considerations. It seems like the only discipline that has escaped that successfully is economics for whatever reason. It's so silly. Computer science also has this problem, yes. Completely. No, economics is not like, you know, unique in not having a focus on philosophy or history in its, and like, remember, I'm talking about the PhD level, right? Like, no, it's not alone in that, but it is alone in being a social science that has no consideration for that. It's just problem sets. That's it. Ethics requirements are a hell of a lot looser if you're not doing work on people or animals. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, ethics requirements are kind of designed for people and animals. Those are what we tend to have ethical considerations about. Maybe they should be expanded. I don't know. The problem is that the definition is so nebulous and that fascist paths to power aren't like a specific thing. Yes, exactly. It's exactly what I'm talking about. If your complaint, if you're trying to argue that some form of governance is bad because of the bad things it does, you should say the bad things it does. I don't think that you should describe it as fascist, because that means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And if you have to expand upon your definition anyway and define fascism in whatever way that you're using it in the moment, you might as well just describe what you mean to begin with. Nobody is compelled by the word fascist, and that is not, you know, that's not the word's fault. That's our fault. So if a word isn't working, pick another one. Pick several more. Find another way to communicate what you mean. Thoughts on Hassan? I have almost no thoughts on Hassan. I've never really watched him. He seems like an unintelligent guy, but I don't know. Gets sort of caught in the whirlpool of how platform media sort of forces people into certain manners of speech, and just like, he just walks right into it every single time. A fascist is just someone who believes in an inherent inequality of man. The problem is a lot of people conflate it with authoritarianism. A lot of people believe in an inherent inequality of man. Are monarchists fascist? Or is that different? Because monarchists certainly believe in an inherent inequality of man. The idea that hierarchy is natural. Again, like, a lot of different ideologies believe that hierarchy is natural, including neoliberalism. Personally, I would argue that economics is strongly related to both people and animals. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, of course. Have you ever heard someone make the case for why a PhD in economics should omit that coursework? No, I haven't. I brought it up with several economists, and they're like, they always seem like a little embarrassed by it. So, no. Fascism itself is nebulous. Modern fascism mostly dropped the idea of being revolutionary and anti-capitalist. It's just like, I don't think an ideology can be nebulous is fundamentally the issue that I have. If your ideology is nebulous, then it's not really an ideology at all. I think that, like, and this is not to say that I don't think fascism exists. I just don't think that our definitions, the definitions that we have available to us in modern discourse, are like, I don't think that we've properly thought through what fascism is, and like, and really sort of interrogated what the difference is between fascism and a lot of other ideologies that also believe in the inequality, like the fundamental inequality of people, that believe in competition, that believe in the glory of warfare and expansionism. Like all of these, none of these things are even collectively associated only with fascism. So we need to come up with a different definition, I think. And I think coming up with that different definition is going to have to implicate places like the United States. And at that point, like I get a lot of comments on the follow-up Trump is not a fascist video, saying that like of course the United States is fascist, and I have never said that you couldn't say the United States is fascist. I think that's fine, but I think that's a much more defensible position than the United States is not fascist, or was not fascist until until the rise of Trumpism. That's silly. There's something deeper happening here that has nothing to do with this just sort of like pathological pattern or dynamic in society that just rises in opposition to an otherwise functional society. I just don't know. There's something deeper than that I think we're missing. Are we trying to compel people or try to understand a political movement? Well, I don't think that the word fascism really does either of those things is the problem. So if it's not doing either of those things, then why are we using that word? Like if you are arguing against fascism because of all the qualities that it espouses, then argue in terms of those qualities, not the word. That's what I'm saying. I'm leaning on the idea that fascism is a grotesque exaggeration of the state, its national character, and institution that can be revolutionary depending on the national context. A grotesque exaggeration of the state, I think, is, I think that hits for me. Because it's, it's the palingenetic nationalism thing. It's this sort of like cancerous nationalism that I forget the scholar of fascism that described it that way. But yeah, I think that kind of gets to it. Sure. But then I think, figuring out the line between that and like patriotism or other kinds of like more benign nationalism is important to do before we start like announcing that things are, fascist hither and yon. Everything's fascist. Our monarch is fascist. Yeah, kinda. It can't be kinda. Either yes or no. Didn't Lincoln believe in the inherent inequality of races as well? Yes, absolutely. Yes! Yes, this is not like... racism is a very, very Enlightenment philosophical staple. Yes, absolutely. Hot take from a historian, all ideologies are nebulous. Maybe. Depends on what your definition of nebulous is, I guess. Liberalism, for example, is at this point a collection of incredibly contradictory beliefs. Contradictory is not the same thing as nebulous. Like, liberals have a very clear idea of what they believe. People who describe themselves as liberals typically have a reason for believing that and can describe it to you. What sucks is that, like, the best way probably to learn about this would be to ask a bunch of fascists what they think. What they think fascism is. But I don't know if that's the best thing to do right now. Ideologies can be complex without being nebulous, yes. Major problem in our discourse is the left-right because it basically categorizes ideas as belonging to a political group, which is why fascism is so difficult to engage with. Yeah, I think that's true, but I also think that, you know, maybe it's just because I study it and am biased toward the, you know, favor of my own research, but I think a lot of that has to do with our information environment and how we, the ways we're able to speak to each other now compared to in the past. And even not compared to in the past, just in general. Oh, I'm missing everybody's goodbyes. Do you think econ has an identity issue wherein it attempts to be more like the business and finance fields, or is it just sort of inherently defined by the type of default capitalistic worldview found in those fields? The latter. It's the latter. Business and finance try to be like econ. That's kind of generally the attitude, the cultural breakdown. I read a book years ago tracing the rise of Nazism in Germany to the blood and iron society of the late 1800s. Prussia is something more like we're seeing now. Interesting. Yeah, I just read a book called The Field of Blood, which is about violence in Congress in the decades directly preceding the Civil War, and it is so unchill. The comparisons that can be drawn between that and now. It's pretty dismaying. We need to develop new terms for every phenomena, then we're going to be here forever. No, I'm not saying develop new terms for every phenomena or phenomenon. I'm saying that we should say what we mean instead of use words that can be interpreted differently depending on who you're talking to and who's speaking. That's it. I think fascism is useful as a shorthand for basically the vibes that people correctly identify. I don't accept that. I don't think that's a good approach to language. I don't think that we should have shorthand in that way, and I certainly don't think that we should be defining ideologies or political dynamics in terms of vibes. If we can't describe it in words to each other and, you know, communicate to each other in as lossless a fashion as we can what we mean, then we should I don't want to say not say anything, but we should highlight that there's a lacuna there, that there's a missing word, like something that we haven't figured out how to describe. And if you don't know, you shouldn't guess. You know, you shouldn't pretend like we shouldn't be pretending like we know things when we don't actually. That's it. We should just be comfortable saying I don't know entirely, or I don't know entirely how to describe what I'm saying. Maybe you, interlocutor, can hash this out with me, and maybe we can come to some kind of conclusion. So make the values and outcomes the point instead of the banner. Yes, exactly. Get why I hate teaching. I don't think there's a single system of human ideas that isn't subject to the inherent haziness of human ideas. I mean, yes, there is a haziness to how people conceptualize things on an individual level. I think, yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, I know that there is no such thing as complete losslessness in human communication. But, like, there's also a middle ground. Not, like, I don't know. I guess I just don't know what you mean by the inherent haziness of human ideas. What's that mean? I mean, not that I think you're wrong, necessarily. But, I mean, isn't everything just a process of development and generativity. And like, I mean, I think the best ideas are ones that people come up with together with each other, and not just, matters of establishing and following rules. I think that's where things start to fall apart. And I think that's how we approach most of, any epistemology concerning like political ideologies, is very obsessed with rules. I don't agree there. I think liberals know what they actually believe less than almost anyone else. I don't know. How could you say? I mean, I can certainly present you with a lot of liberals who know exactly what they believe. It's just hard to, like, conclusively take a group of people and say that they do or don't know something about themselves. There's a wide spectrum of self-knowledge. And I don't think that liberals are necessarily in any less of a position to understand their own ideology. They're still wrong, but they can describe it to you. Took a whole class on whether Imperial Japan was fascist and came away thinking that describing any society or government as fascist is more about approximation. Yeah, no, I think that's the case for how we think of it now. I just think that we can do better. Doesn't have to be this way. Some ideas like nationalism can appear across the political spectrum as an example. Yes, certainly. Certainly. The thing here is that liberalism is hegemonical while fascism is not yet. You can do the same thing with communism. Ask 10 communists what they believe and you'll get 10 different answers. Like that. But that, I mean, no, not necessarily. It depends on the communists, I guess, but like ask 10 Marxist-Leninists what they believe and you'll get a lot of the same quotes from Marx and Lenin. Again, like there are a lot of ways to understand and misunderstand your own ideologies, but no, I don't think it's the case that, every ideology is just defined by people who are just operating under their own definition of what the ideology is. Ideologies are very rule-based. I think the vibes are correctly identified, but it serves no purpose for actual real criticism. Yes, yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. Doesn't mean communism is not a real political ideology. Yeah, yes, totally. But how do we know that it's not a real, that it is a real political ideology? Because we have a set of rules describing the ideology and its justifications, and a lot of people who are compelled by that and subscribe to it. I do agree that fascism isn't a useful thing to level at Trump, but I do think it's categorically accurate. I think it's categorically useful. I'm just kind of dissatisfied with most of the definitions I've come across, and extremely dissatisfied with the role it plays in modern discourse. My problem here is that fascists are slippery on purpose. Are they slippery on purpose, or are they operating under a set of contradictions like liberals? I'm sure, yeah, sure. Many fascists are slippery on purpose. That's, the entire purpose of intentional propaganda. But, I mean, is Measurehead being slippery to you, or is he lying to himself? Is he operating under contradictory foundations, and just not willing to see those contradictions. You know? So, I mean, nationalism that we usually characterize as belonging to the right is more fluid than we think. Yeah, I think that nationalism can be really fluid, and that the fluidity of nationalism is also describable. Like, I think that there's a difference between sort of loyalty to the symbol, to like American symbols, like the flag, or the White House or whatever, and making the symbols of a country your source of loyalty, as opposed to the people of your country. That's a different kind of nationalism. Plenty of cultures have operated under plenty of different kinds of what we would call patriotism, and it's just a matter of what exactly it is you're materially loyal to. Lots of people smarter than us have made really comprehensive definitions of fascism. They all tend to be somewhat different. Yeah, I think that's like, at no point in any other field of academic research is differing definitions of a thing a signal to stop investigating it. Like, if people are disagreeing or are inconsistent about the definition of a thing, then that's a sign to investigate it further and do more research and see where it goes. I agree with your reasoning behind not using the word fascism. I think trying to change the language of those using it creates more infighting than solidarity. It's a noble attempt at best practices, but I don't think we can turn the tide of such a huge swath of people in short enough order to have it be meaningful. It causes a fight with those that we agree with because the word that they use didn't fit in the right box. Language isn't prescriptive like that. Okay, listen. I'm not telling you to, like, go around correcting people when they use fascism, or, like, telling them not to say that, or, or telling you to not ever use the word fascism. What I'm saying is, don't use the word fascism as a placeholder for the things you're actually attacking, like authoritarianism and violence and bigotry. If those are the things you're attacking, expand upon that and attack those at their source. If somebody describes something to you as fascist, simply ask what they mean. That's it. Fundamentally, my problem here is that if tomorrow we dropped the word fascism and started talking about the far right, the response would do the same. I mean, it's like it's unfalsifiable. We can never tell. But no, the response is not the same. Fascism. I'm not convinced by that at all. Respectfully. I appreciate you commenting. But no, I don't think it would be the same. Fascism is an extremely loaded word. Extremely. It's different rhetorically from when you call something far right. Fascist is an epithet. It's something that you specifically use to denigrate whatever you're talking about. If something is fascist, you're saying it is bad. Basically, always. Just don't think doing better is that useful when communicating to most people how dangerous this situation is. When it comes to critical analysis, sure, but there's a bridge to go. Okay, but so here's my problem with what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, and I get it, and I get the impulse, but I don't think that most people. I think that when you use the word fascist around people, their brains kind of shut off. I think it's a lot more effective and a lot more accurate to say the danger of what's happening now is that a private unelected individual, Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, has direct access to all our information, and this is unconstitutional. It is that what's happening now is directly counter to everything that this country is supposed to stand for. And if you believe in the purpose of whatever the Constitution is supposed to do, sometimes I do and sometimes I don't, but if you do, and we are truly all Americans working in this common project, we should not tolerate this. And that has not, that, like, you can say all of that and express all of that without using the word fascist at all. What does the word fascist do to illustrate that point better than just accurately explaining the steps of what is happening and why it's bad and why we have a constitution that is, ostensibly built to prevent this kind of thing in the first place? Why is it bad for something to be unconstitutional? Is it because it's fascist? No, fascism might be the result of that. It might be the product that we see from sustained unconstitutional behavior, but it's bad because the Constitution is built to built with checks on power, and this is fundamentally the opposite of a check on power. It is a power grab, and we shouldn't tolerate that. So. When I talk about Trump as a fascist, I usually am drawing a comparison to point to various fascist leaders of the past in his rhetoric and goals. I think it's a completely appropriate thing to do. Yeah. Yes. It's exactly what Hegel and then Marx said about the dance of dialectics. Yes, dialectic approach is always good. Always good. That doesn't mean they're not categorizable or studied and labeled. Yeah, totally. What she means is expand on what you highlight and find a word or concept that seems more appropriate. Don't just use fascism as a catch-all term, I think. Yeah, that's basically it. I think sincerely we need a new academic field that's pure purpose is to analyze fascism and uncovering how it came to be, because if you trace the ideological paths back to its roots, it really leads back to the Enlightenment, but also new emerging fields of study that came in the 1800s that correlated with early anthropology and the era of new imperialism and esoteric mysticism. Oh, thank you so much. Yes, exactly. Yes, I think the main problem in our definition of fascism is that we're just like kind of blinding ourselves to its its source code in Enlightenment epistemology, and that makes people really uncomfortable. Yes, I completely agree. There should be a new academic field that studies just that, and I think if that were to be the case, that field would be extremely interdisciplinary. I think interdisciplinarity is kind of the future of academia, I think. Still more effective to talk about politics in terms of shared human values like fairness, justice, health, etc. Yeah, totally. Isn't it the same with something like genocide, for example? Yeah, people's brains shut down a lot of the time. Yeah, I think that's the case, but also genocide does have has a legal definition. Like, there's no legal definition for what a fascist is or isn't. If there was, then we'd probably just go ahead and outlaw it. I mean, like, to that point, genocide isn't just a useful category. It is a useful category, but it's also like there are rules for what qualifies and disqualifies as genocide based on international law, and you know, from the Geneva Convention. So. It's better to just be like Trump is evil. He's doing X evil thing. I think so. In politics, there are certain things you want to be sensitive to which are different than academic priorities. Sure. Yeah, I don't disagree. I think what trips a lot of people up is that fascism is both the child of the left, with stuff like the Second International and liberalism trying to fold certain socialism views back into liberalism. I have trouble sort of sussing out what you're saying because it's 12:15 in the morning and I am so very sleepy. But I think what you're saying is like kind of what I said, that like the roots of fascism are in Enlightenment philosophy and the ways that you know, the epistemological structures with which we've sort of built modern society, and that's what trips people up. If that's what you're saying, yeah, totally, I agree. It has one, but if you read the history of said definition of genocide, you find out how flawed it is. What we got as product of the Cold War. Yeah, totally. No, I don't disagree with that. But it does have a legal definition. Genocide is a very specific crime, and a crime is different from an ideology. Either have some caffeine or go to bed. Okay. I'll take your advice. I am at the end of the chat. I am out of questions and out of stuff to talk about, and I'm so tired. I'm so sleepy. So, okay. I'm gonna keep up this Monday, Thursday schedule, so I will be back on a Thursday, at 7 Pacific time, and we will continue this. Excuse me. Okay. Good night, everybody. Thanks for being here. It's a pleasure talking to you. Let's see. Let's go ahead and go. Oh, wait. Did I save? I should save.
Glad to have been
okay. Save. Good night, everybody.